perspectives and valuable learning outcomes. Building on this strong foundation, it is a pleasure to warmly welcome our members to Day 2, which promises deeper insights, advanced deliberations, and impactful takeaways. We look forward to another day of meaningful learning, fruitful collaborations, and engaging interactions. We invite Ms. Nithya Subramanian to kindly take her seat on the dais. May I request CA Selvaganeshwar to present the memento to Ms. Nithya Subramanian. Thank you, sir. We will now move on to our first technical session on AI agents and the future of the audit function. The profile of hers. Nithya Subramanian is a senior director at Best Buy and an independent director at Royal Orchid Hotels. She's a global leader in data analytics and AI with 20 plus years of industry experience, proven expertise in leading data and AI initiatives in global capability centers, successfully built scalable and sustainable enterprise-wide digital solutions, drove operational efficiency, cost optimization, revenue growth, and customer satisfaction. Key contributor to promoting digital literacy, strong data culture, and inclusive innovation. Advocate of human-centric, open, and collaborative innovation models. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible. Good morning, and yeah, it's a great Saturday, right? Winters are coming, and year-end vacations are like just around the corner. So yeah, but I think one thing is that though people in IT like me, right? I would say we are lesser beings, but we are more privileged that we are able to enjoy the year-end vacations. But I think folks who are always at the helm of, ensuring that all the enterprises run risk-free, right? And everything is under control. All transactions are kind of vetted out, etc. For them, there's no vacation. So I'm so glad that I'm talking to people who work round the clock, year-round, to ensure that the corporate world, right, where people like me can kind of enjoy our vacations, it is in a sane world, right? So thank you so much. And with that, let me just jump into the topic that I'm here for. And this is my privilege to be talking to you folks on this particular topic, because my entire experience has been with IT, and of late, when AI has come in as the next shiny toy in the town, my experience is kind of pivoted a lot on AI. But what I really find intriguing is that this technology has got such immense potential to touch all human lives, yet we are not there. We are not thinking in those terms. Right? And if I were to quote Fifi Lee, she is well known as the godmother of AI. She feels that the best place of technology is where it can be highly human-centric, right? And that's where I always try my level best to ensure that where does technology meet human needs, right? Take technology to the humans and to the society rather than the other way around, right? And this area is one place where we are talking about how we deploy AI in auditing framework is one place where it is as tangible as it can get. It's as real as it can get. So therefore, I feel extremely privileged to be talking about this topic today. And let me just jump on and introduce myself a bit, right, beyond all the fancy introduction. I don't know how much of that I deserve, but thank you so much. It was good. So yeah, I am a senior director at Best Buy. If you people have gone to travel to US or any of your acquaintances or friends or relatives have gone to US, they would know Best Buy. It's a retail electronics giant, right? It operates between US and Canada, right? So I am leading their data and AI practice in India as a part of GCC. I'm also an independent director on Royal Orchid Hotels board. I've got a few very humble recognitions, and I really thank all the people who made it possible for me, and those recognitions are AI Leader of the Year 2025 by Times Group and Top 100 AI Leaders in Retail. So I do kind of, do kind of some bit of public speaking. I did TEDx, and then I also am a startup advisor. So this is about me, but I think this is not only about me, it is about me as a lesser individual, whereas all the people who have enabled me to be here, which is my family, my colleagues, my friends, and of course my two beautiful daughters. Right, now jumping into the topic, right? So what are AI agents, right? We have been hearing a lot of these buzzwords around, right? Everybody, every second person talks about AI, generative AI, AI agents, agentic AI, right? It feels a bit cryptic. But honestly, I think, if you think intuitively about it, the way technology is transforming, this becomes less cryptic, because end of the day, I'm envisioning a time when people will not have to do any coding, right? Probably those will be the times when we are talking more about thinking about problem statements to solve, use cases to solve, and let a whole bunch of AI agents build those solutions for us, right? So that is the future, right, where we are envisioning, where there is, I would say the gap between core technologists and people from the application side, people who represent the business or people who represent the use cases, that gap is going to reduce. Technology is not a moat. What is moat is our intuition, our ingenuity in identifying the right problem statements to solve. With that pretext, let me introduce AI agents to you for the people who really kind of, want to know a little more. So these are virtual assistants, let me put it that way, right? You have a human assistant, replace that with an AI, and, they are pretty much kind of, if you think about it, doing same thing as a human would do, but much more effectively, much more efficiently, right? Accurately, in a fast manner, right? So that is what AI agents are. They automate mundane tasks, right? And they do so with significant amount of human intervention. There are systems which do not need human intervention, right? But regulatory space, compliance space is so important, so high impact, and so risky that we don't want to give everything to the machines yet. We need humans in the loop, right? So therefore, there would be significant amount of human interventions. While these AI agents work on these tasks, they interact with tools and they interact with the environment, and that's where they build the whole context. Let me give an example. For instance, if we are talking about an agent which is doing financial risk assessment, right? So let's call it as a financial risk assessment agent, right? If it were for a human to do it, right, we would just look at the particular transaction. We'll see whether it is within the limit and all rules applied in terms of taxation and things like that, and we will say, okay, right? Because we can have only as much of a context, right, as which is visible to us, right? Whereas if it were to be done by an agent, right, it'll have much more compute power, right, and much more algorithmic I would say, complexity defined, that it can look at the transaction from multiple angles. It'll look at, of course, the fundamentals of the transaction as to the value and the item being traded, etc. It'll also look at the people, right, the parties involved in the transaction. For example, if you are transacting with a supplier, it'll look at the supplier. It will use a search tool to go to the internet and find more about this supplier to see if the supplier had been a part of any of the financial frauds in the past. How risky is the supplier, right, for the value of the transaction that we are doing. It will use another tool to query the ERP systems to find what has been the historical transactions to the supplier. Are we within our guardrails and the limits in terms of the procurement rules, right? And these are just a couple of examples. There could be much more sophistication behind identifying the propensity of fraud in a particular transaction. So the reason I'm trying to bring this is, right, the AI agent here is augmenting the human in the loop in order to do their job better and more effectively by bringing in a lot of tools, by bringing in a lot of context, right? So that is AI agent, a very smart virtual assistant. Now the key traits of this are, it is task-oriented, which means that you give it a goal to execute, it will only do that. It is as intelligent in that, whereas it is much dumb in doing anything else. But as long as it does that task that we are entailing it to do, right, that is its purpose of existence, then usually it follows a predefined workflow. So we need to define, hey, agent, right, if there is a question asked, depending on the, on the context of the question, go query this database. Hey, go use this tool to kind of do your web search, and then consolidate your output and, give it to me in such and such format, right? So we are defining the workflow for the agent, and at the core of the agent is something called an LLM. That's the brain of the agentic or AI agents, right? So, and these are the large language models or the generative AI we talk about, which is more like you prompt it, it'll use its worldly knowledge and it'll give you an answer. So basically it's a software sitting as a brain of the agent, which is going to kind of help it execute all the subtasks. Now it'll call API calls to external tools, it will have a limited autonomy, and again, I alluded to the reason why limited autonomy is good in this context, that you don't want the agent to take actions on your behalf. The agent still can go wrong. They have a problem of hallucination. They presume, they lie as if it were true, right? And if you think about it, I have a 16-year-old, right, at home, right? And half of the time she does a lot of fiddling with these AI agents, right? Sometimes I feel like telling her that, okay, whom do I trust? Should I trust you or should I trust the agent? Because both of them seem to be telling lie in such a way that it feels like, okay, this is the universal truth. That is how AI agents are today. They tell you things as if it is a universal truth. There have been occasions in the past, right? I think there is one very famously quoted example that some judge somewhere in the, I would say advocate somewhere in the world, right, based his argument on the details that was provided by ChatGPT, and it turned out that ChatGPT was lying about all the cases. It was just producing those cases from thin air. Right? So that is the amount of risk which is involved if we blindly follow AI. So therefore, human in the loop, limited autonomy is the key here. And then navigating uncertainties, right? Sometimes we get confused, hey, so many details, this much, this transaction, that detail, this detail, and then we somehow feel extremely burnt out with the complexity of the context, whereas agents are somebody who can skim through all of that detail and find patterns and make complex complex scenarios into simple outcomes, right? That is something where they really kind of can help us. Examples of some of the agents: chatbot to retrieve FAQs, right? So FAQ bots, they will look at existing knowledge base based on what the question you're asking. They will go back and check which is the most relevant answer and then share that answer with you. This is a very fundamental agent. One AI agent which is meant to do a conversational AI. The other one, you can think about an entire airline booking agent. It will go to the, you just say, hey, I want the best possible flight options between this place to this place, say from Bangalore to Chennai and Chennai to Bangalore. Then what it'll do is it'll go and use the tool of browsing the net, and it'll find the right options. And it will not only do that, it will say, hey, it seems to be raining in Bangalore. Maybe you should look at this flight option, which is probably earlier in the day so that you escape the rains, right? Or maybe since you are, you may not be having, any options other than hotels to stay in Bangalore. Hey, these are the options for you. And there is a deal going on here, right? And things like that. So it'll be as if you're talking to an assistant, right? You're talking to a friend. Hey, give me options. They will not restrict to the flight options saying that from this to this, hey, Indigo, SpiceJet, and things like that. They will give you a lot more information that might be helpful to you. Now, these are a couple of examples of the agents. Now, I don't want to kind of drain this one. This is a bit, I would say, intuitive. But the point is, this is how agents work, right? So they do task-specific automation, right? So if you see at the core is an agent, right, which is probably, as I mentioned, the brain, which uses a software called large language models, or LLM, right? We are talking about a lot of them, like GPT, like Anthropic's Cloud A, right? And, we are talking about Llama, right? There are a lot of Gemini, right? So all of these, right, they are, or one of these, it forms the brain, right? And then what it will do is, see, if you see there is a human there, and it's always got to be a human there, right? The human and autonomous action, they will go hand in hand. So there'll always be a sort of an auditing by the human of the entire ecosystem. The agent is going to use the memory, right, in terms of, so if you see, there are multiple components, right? There are a set of tools, and there is memory which the agent is using, and there is some sort of a reactivity to the environment, right? Now, again, let me go back to the example of the agent which is going to book the flight tickets for you, right? So you're going to give it the prompt from where to where. It will use one of the tools available to search the best options. It will store it in the memory. Then what it will do is, it will go to the subsequent action, which is finding what is the right hotel options. So from the memory, it will say, okay, I have suggested this flight option. So accordingly, and then this is the place in the city where the person wants to go, right? Let me suggest hotel options, right? So it will retrieve that context from the memory, use another set of tools to find the hotel options. Then all of this context will go again back in the memory, which is like, of course, the memory that we think about, right, in case of RAM, right, in case of storage on the cloud, right? It will go back to the memory, and then it will say, okay, I'll have to see, let me suggest some food options, right? So it will go and check where the hotel, what was the hotel suggested, and then it will accordingly give a food options by using. So here is the interplay between the environment, the context, the memory, and the history which the agent has saved, and how it uses the tools to provide the best option, right? So I know this was a bit complicated, but this is, if you think about it, it is a bit intuitive how we operate, right? How we as human beings operate with our mind. We store everything, so it's not like transactional, right? Somebody asks a question and you answer. You have a certain idea or a certain context or certain memory about your previous interactions of that person, about the person himself or herself, their nature. So you curate your answer accordingly. So this is exactly the same thing. So there's a play of memory and tools. that interplay will give a result which is going to be vetted by human in the loop, right? So this is about demystifying AI agent. Now, again, right, in my last 20 minutes itself, I would have shared multiple terms like AI agents, agentic AI, generative AI, and LLM. So there's some bit of a demystification needed of these particular terms. Now, this is an image picked up from the internet, right? So this is the comparison between generative AI, AI agents, and agentic AI. Generative AI, as I mentioned, is the LLMs or those that software which sits inside the brain of the agent. It creates new content and patterns based on the training data, whereas AI agents, they would automate a particular task. Agentic AI, if you think about it, that's the next level of automation wherein there are no humans. You just start it, it'll operate automatically on its own, right? For example, you can automate your entire procurement organization. You can automate entire supply chain organization. You can automate the entire auditing system. But, as I mentioned, that's risky. But, it's a potential future wherein you just have, you build a particular system and it'll operate on its own. You don't need humans in the loop, right? So that is the extreme reality that we might have in future, but not yet. Now, from a core technology standpoint, I don't want to drain because this is kind of a little bit technical, but from a core technology standpoint, generative AI uses LLMs and diffusion models. Diffusion models are the image alternatives of the text-based LLMs. And then in case of agents, right, we spoke about a couple of workflows ourselves, right? So those workflows are automated by AI agents. They are like task-specific. One small task is what they do. Whereas agentic AI is everything, automating the entire ecosystem without any interventions of human, right? So some of the examples, generative AI is ChatGPT, Midjourney, Claude, and then AI agents is like customer service agents and schedule assistants. And agentic AI is a whole enterprise decision system or research assistants, right? And there are some use cases, right? Marketing content creation. Generative AI can create very good marketing content, right? A lot of the content that we are seeing nowadays being circulated about various events is created by Midjourney. I mean, you don't have to pay a huge bunch of, a lot of money to a bunch of, content creators. You just have a license to Midjourney or Stable Diffusion, and then you will be able to kind of, generate the content for yourself. AI agent is workflow automation, simply put, and then agentic AI is strategic planning, competitive analysis. And that's a future, right? That's definite future that we are seeing with all the advancements, not only in algorithms, but also in hardware. We are talking about quantum chips. We are talking about quantum chips, right? Google has already come with quantum chips. Right? That's a totally different ballgame of compute. You are going to get 10,000 or 100,000, whatever that form factor is, that much amount of compute, extra compute capacity, right? We are doing really great in our storage technology as well. We are investing billions of dollars in data centers. We are investing a whole bunch of dollars in green energy, right? In atomic energy, as we speak. Fusion is being tested for a commercial use, right? So there's so much of happening. So this agentic AI world, we call it as agentic internet, is not a fancy world. It is reality soon to become, right? So therefore, I think it's good as a group or as a community, depending on which industry we belong to, doesn't matter. It's good to be at the helm of the technology progress which is happening today. Another one, right, World Labs, which is Fifi Lee's, company, and I also know that, Elon Musk, for whatever funny that person is, but he is also thinking much forward into what we called as world AI. So if that happens, we will have robots like us. They will talk to us like us. It's so difficult to, would be so difficult to differentiate between a human and a robot when that happens. Really, whom you're talking to, you don't know. Right now, the robots are so awkward. You make them walk from this end to that end, they will fall 10 times. Because they don't have the understanding or perception of forces like gravity. They don't have perception of the three-dimensional environment that they are in, right? So we could only go as far as autonomous cars. That's all. Even there is a lot of flow. Imagine autonomous cars in Chennai, what will happen? There'll be more chaos than normalcy, right? So that is where, how far we have gone with our understanding of world knowledge. But the point is, once this world AI becomes real, once the entire perception becomes real, you'll have robots like each of us. That's the future. I mean, that's a little bit of a digress, but that's the future. Now, with all of that background in agents, let's get into the world of audit, your world. And excuse me for taking this privilege to talk about audit and auditors. It's just like preaching to a choir. But with your permission, I'll try to just set the context here by talking about what are the core tenets of audits, and then I'll kind of move over to how audit could transform, right? So core tenets are basically, as all you know, financial integrity, ensuring financial integrity, ensuring regulatory compliance, and ensuring organizational transparency, right? So financial integrity is very important, as we see, I mean, a lot of instances, in the newspaper about things happening related to, transactions which are fraudulent, right? Related party transactions, right? Internally, kind of rotation of funds and things like that. We had auditors, but either they chose to ignore or they did not see it, right? So therefore, financial integrity is very, very important, and therefore the auditing of the financial statements like, balance sheet, profit and loss, and cash flow, etc. And apart from that, ensuring the internal financial controls are in place. There are right set of guardrails and the systems being defined, right? Right accountabilities or RASCI or ratio, whatever we call it as, responsibilities and accountabilities being defined properly, right? Processes being kind of followed and adhered, etc. So these are very, very important. Apart from that, I think, there has to be systems in place that detect fraud proactively. It's good. I mean, reactively we can say anything, right? Okay, this happened because of that happened because of that's your problem, that's your problem. We can say anything reactively. But how proactively we can be always on a mission mode when it comes to identifying risks, right? That's another thing. Then another one is regulatory compliance, right? So far we were talking about things which are probably pertaining to internal and statutory audits. Now, there is also something like secretarial compliance, right? You need to kind of comply by, say, all the tenets of Companies Act and SEBI LODR and all of that. And then apart from that, now that a lot of AI native companies are coming up, then, DPDP Act, from a data privacy standpoint, and all the AI acts that we have, right, in order to ensure that there is responsible and ethical AI and all of that. So all of this need to be kind of followed. And then, the auditors need to be the watchdogs here. And then other one is organizational transparency, right? Transparency is the key here because, there's a lot of public money that is involved in these enterprises. So it's a key to kind of be very transparent about all the audits and audit findings. all the financial statements, and all the, assessment of, the internal systems, in fact, including the IT systems, right? How do companies do their IT practices, store their data, and things like that. And, even if it is on cloud, what is the data provenance? What is the data retention and things like that? There's a lot of transparency and observability requirements. Yeah, and then audit trail, ensuring that, all the audit trails are captured. So this is, again, these are just to set the context as to the importance of audit as a function, and therefore why we need to see that audit as a function makes the best use of technology, how audit can transform or needs to transform, and why it needs to transform. It has to be always starting with a compelling why. there are a lot of books that you can read, right? Wherein, it's always the why, where it all starts from. Why should I transform? Why is it important for me, and why is it important for people around me? So why audit needs to transform? If you see, as we speak, the entire regulatory landscape is very complex, right? So there are companies which are going global, and there are global companies which are coming to India, right? So if you see say for example, there's a company in US that wants to that is taking care of all the US local FDA regulations and SOX compliances and etc. And they want to set up an office here, say a GCC here. India has its own laws, own regulations, right? We have our own, of course, our Companies Act and LODR and all of that, but we have our own, taxation, right? We have our own AI acts, we have our own data acts and things like that. So basically, every company has to kind of look at the complexities and the nuances of the jurisdiction where they are setting, right? So now that there is a globalization at peak, minus Trump, who is trying to do a lot of localization, forget, now that guy is just going to be around for a short period of time. But then the broader mantra is that globalization, right? So therefore, the complexity of the regulatory environment calls in for more efficiencies, more automations, more contextual awareness when it comes to auditing. So therefore, the traditional audits, they don't fit the bill, right? Because they are manual and they are like periodic, they are not continuous, and then they are reactive to the best. So the future should be more autonomous, more real-time or continuous audits and proactive actions. It is humanly impossible, or else you need to have a team of hundreds of auditors, right? So it's not possible by a lean team, right? Then how do you do your spend efficiency? So you have a team which involves AI agents and humans to oversee. That is the kind of hybrid audit future, near future, that we are looking at. And of course, we have seen all the why, or the compelling reasons why such a future needs to be kind of realized, because of all the complexities, because of all the penalties, increasing penalties associated with non-compliance, right? And all of that. We need to kind of ensure that audit transforms. Now, how AI agents can transform audit, right? As we saw, audit needs to be a continuous process. It should not be that, okay, end of the quarter, I take a 10% sample of my transactions and I audit, and with a leap of faith, I say that it is done, right? This is fine. Now it has to be more continuous. Even 1 out of millions of transactions, if it is fraudulent, the penalties are huge, right? So therefore, AI agents would ensure that they are up even while others are sleeping in the night. They act at the frequency of milliseconds if they see something wrong, right? So therefore, continuous audit is important from AI, and that could be enabled by AI agents. The other one is risk assessment and prediction, right? We can only synthesize as much of data in our mind as possible, but AI agents, they can compute a whole bunch of terabytes and petabytes of data in order to kind of come up with, the patterns, right, to look for before flagging a risk or a fraudulent transaction. So, so being more dynamic and more from a predictive purpose, proactive standpoint is where AI agents can help. And fraud detection, again, anomaly detection, right? So transactions are going like this, and then all of a sudden there is a blip, right? We might notice this blip after, say, 20 minutes or 30 minutes, but AI agents can do that real time. They can take real-time anomaly detection to the next level by real-time triggers, right? Real-time alerts. And the other one is in terms of automated evidence collection, right? So finding from the set of transactions and the documents in the system as to, hey, this is the evidence to, to the fraud that is getting committed, right? And things like that. So basically driving more real-time, proactive compliance. If that is the goal, and which should be the goal of all the enterprises, then I think every enterprise needs to invest in AI agents, and therefore it is important for all of us to kind of upskill in AI in order to enable enterprises be relevant in today's world, right? Today, if you see a job posting for a company secretary or or any legal position or any position related to audit, one of the criteria would be how familiar this person is with AI. And we might ask, what has got AI to do with what I'm doing? I've been doing all of this grunt work over a period of time and it's been working well. No, it's not going to work in future. Why? Because of this. It's getting more and more complex out there. It's getting more and more competitive out there, right? And the penalties are increasing by multiple folds. Therefore, AI agents, while they transform, they continue to transform audit. It's good for everybody to think about upskilling in agentic world. Now, this is just one example of auditing and continuous auditing and monitoring. It's just kind of think about it as a flow. So it starts with data collection and pre-processing. That's one agent. Its job is only to collect data and pre-process and give an output. It will do only that. And then after that, it will pass on, it will move on the outcomes to the next agent, which will do monitoring and anomaly detection. It will also do, compliance and regulatory check, right? There are two agents, right? Each of them defined for one specific output, right? So these are really dumb people, right? These are dumb agents. They don't know anything other than the task which has been defined to them. But you see, collectively, they are able to accomplish this entire workflow. Right? After this, after the monitoring, anomaly detection, compliance, and regulatory check, if something is found, what is the root cause? There is an agent which will do all the root cause analysis and evidence, and there's one agent to do evidence collection, right? And then there is an agent which will do reporting. Now, all of these people, these agents, they work as an agent farm or an agent team. Right? They interact with each other on inputs and outputs. They store the context in the environment, which which we saw a little while back. Right? What is an environment? All the context gets stored in a centralized memory so that it's accessible by every other agent in the ecosystem. They all use tools. For example, an evidence collection agent will use multiple tools to look into the system, query an ERP, query your document system, and find all of the relevant, evidence. A reporting agent will use tools like your Looker Studio or Power BI or Tableau. These are all visualization tools, right? Where it will surface the outcomes, right? And so this is the whole interplay, folks, of the agents, individual dumb agents coming together to form a very intelligent system. And all the way across, there is human in the loop. We cannot leave this person. The most critical person in the ecosystem is the human in the loop, right? We don't want to be giving full autonomy to these agents. They will create havoc, right? So therefore, human in the loop is essential. Now, I just told all of these things. This is just making real. Processing speed of audits using agents versus traditional approach. Traditional approach, days to weeks for large data sets. AI agent, it's minutes to hours, right? So that is the time saving. Error detection, as I mentioned, sample-based is the traditional, huge leap of faith, right? Whereas here, we don't need to trust on our gut or faith or anything. Every transaction out of all the million transactions will get scrutinized. Cost efficiency, high in the AI agent world, because we are looking at hybrid teams of agents and humans, whereas if we were to get the same performance, it's going to be very expensive if we were to kind of, recruit hundreds and, lots and lots of people. Limited by human resources is kind of the traditional approach. We can only kind of think as much. We cannot synthesize terabytes of data. It's not humanly possible, whereas AI agents can scale from gigabytes to terabytes to petabytes, right? As much of data you can throw at them, they will churn that. They have that capability. Again, risk assessment, traditional approach, very myopic, whereas, in an AI agent, it's more real time. I'll not go through the others. They are like pretty straightforward, right? Compliance updates is periodic and manual updates, whereas here it is real time. Like one advantage feeds into the other. So this is in general the comparison. Now the benefits, again, speed and efficiency we spoke about, accuracy and coverage, right? We spoke about, right? Because AI agents can synthesize a lot of information and find patterns very accurately, they are more accurate. Then cost optimization we spoke about, and strategic insights, right? We might just create, as humans, we might just create an Excel and say, hey, this is the outcome of my audit. But where is the strategic insights? How do you tie this to the organizational context, right? When people, say for example, the CFO goes to the board, if the CFO presents just the Excel, the board is going to shoot him down saying that, hey, what is this? What will I do with this data? It's a data dump, right? That's what the board will say. Whereas if the CFO goes with strategic insights, some good reports, some very fancy pie charts, some trend charts and all of that, the board is going to be happy. Hey, you're not just throwing data at me, you're throwing intelligence at me. You're showing insights to me, and this is more actionable, right, than your blob of data in Excel. So strategic insights is another thing which the AI can help us. Challenges, not everything is rosy. Let us be very clear. It's not like, you use AI and then you can go and peacefully sleep. Not like that. It will have its own problems like ethics, right, biasness, right, and things like that. Regulatory acceptance is a big thing. People should accept, right? So far, people have a problem in accepting, the outcomes generated by AI. They will say, I don't trust, I will trust my gut. I'll not trust that LLM brain. I know more than that small little thing, that funny thing, they will say. Right? So that is another, how do you change people? How do you make them data native? How do you make them AI literate? It's a big challenge. Right? Another one is data privacy and security, right? Hey, sue Google 10 billion or whatever that is because they used somebody's proprietary data. Hey, sue Facebook. Hey, sue that. I mean, this is all happening. It's real time, right? All of a sudden, all of these, actors and actresses who were like outdated, they coming and suing all the people. Hey, they are using my voice. Right? My voice, this is my voice. I mean, so far they were not very, worried about that. But all of this is happening. You don't know from where all of that is going to come to you. There are people I know, as they say, ukand yosipanga. Like, they will think, in what ways I can sue this company. So that way, I think, data privacy, security, all of that, right, is very, very important. And human AI collaboration, if I'm thinking of a hybrid world where I will have humans as well as agents working together, wow, beautiful world, but it's not very easy. Because again, the trust factor is going to come. I'm not going to trust an AI. An AI power will completely do whatever it's on its own, but I'll not use its output because I'll not trust. Then that whole bunch of, HR policies will come, right? End of the day, appraisal. End of the year, I will say this outcome I did, it's not the AI. Right? How will HRs look at a future where there are teams which are hybrid? How does management look at a future for a hybrid team, right? So these are big challenges, folks. I mean, these are not even, half of the challenges. I'll tell you a few more. Energy consumption. Data centers are guzzling water. They are, for data centers, our government is saying, okay, let's ease our investment norms in solar power generation. Why? Why everybody is going after power? Because everybody wants data centers in their backyard. Everybody wants, regionality of data. My data is my data. It should not go anywhere. Okay? So, therefore, such data center boom, how are we going to support? We need a lot of energy. Today, these companies, like all the open AIs of the world, they are running in loss. Right? We want to kind of feed into all of that AI research. How? We are putting our money in that with zero profitability. Today you ask a CEO, one CEO, that have you seen ROI using generative AI or agentic AI? If this is a whole room full of CEOs and I ask this question, everybody will go out. Nobody has so far been able to crack the ROI question with it. No, as I mentioned, these are just a few, but there are many more disadvantages or challenges. I wouldn't say disadvantages, that's a wrong word. Challenges, and of course we as a group need to navigate these challenges. It's difficult, it's an uphill task. Now, with those challenges, with those benefits and all, okay, keeping that aside, what we should do? Forget, we got a good context, right? That's what is the world of AI, agentic AI and audit, what we should do, right? We should start small. Don't shy away from technology. It's not going to come and bite us. We will get bitten if we don't use technology. Technology will not bite us, right? So start small. There are a lot of these free subscriptions. The other day I don't know how much time. So the other day I was using Google's anti-gravity. It is free for some time at least because Google wants to sell it. Okay? And I just gave a prompt. Hey, anti-gravity, create a solution for me, right? Which is going to show me all, I'm an IT person, so show me all the data assets in my company, which I can expose to people to do self-service, all the reporting assets in my company, right? If I were to do this as a project, I need at least 10 to 20 people working on it for 6 months. Anti-gravity gave it to me within 5 minutes, right? So, please start experimenting with all of these new tools, as long as they're free. Then, of course, if you find usefulness, you can pay and take subscription. That's a different thing. Start experimenting and learning. And then while we implement, let's not forget that there are challenges. There's a world there which is craving for ethics, which is craving for equality, right? Whatever is there in the society, all the inequality has been fed into these LLMs. We can't blame these LLMs for being biased. It is the society which is biased, and therefore, as a reflection of society, the LLMs are biased. It is for us now to correct that bias. So ensure that when we are implementing AI systems, we ensure they are ethical. And then, of course, upskill ourselves and guide others. Empower others, inspire others. One person is enough to inspire a whole bunch of people, right? So learn and inspire and teach and all of that. So let's knowledge be the most democratic thread which kind of connects all of us, right? So with that call for action, I'll close my topic and happy to take a few questions. And this is me on the LinkedIn. So, any questions?
Members, you may post your questions here.
Agents are the apps which we have to develop during our interaction with the data.
Sir, it's always good to think from the other way around. Why are you developing any apps? Because you want to solve a problem. right? So to solve the problem, you are going to create a piece of algorithm that is going to interact with based on some tools and, you know, does a particular task. So if you say that I'm creating a software to perform this particular task, and I'm allowing the software to pick whatever tools that it wants to ensure to perform that task, right? If it wants to browse, let it browse. If it wants to write a SQL query to query a database, let it do that. But and then if it wants to use a calculator, let it do that. And end of the day gives you a result. If that is what you are doing with the central idea of solving a problem, then yes.
Because to get a desired output from a data, I am going to prompt the AI, be it ChatGPT or Claude or whatever it is. So when I am doing that, so I have to store that as a permanent prompt for a particular input retrieval. Should I store that for my future?
Yeah, by all means. In fact, people make a lot of money by maintaining prompt libraries, sir. So there are people who say that, hey, if you want to query, say, Claude, right, or if you want to, say, query a Gemini, for this purpose, this is the prompt. And they post it on a portal, and they charge people per use. So prompts, if you find a prompt which is well structured, it gives you the exactly similar kind of result that you desire. You can store it, and next time you can kind of re-enter that particular prompt.
Even our prompts can be fine-tuned basis the interaction with the AI during the initial period, and we ourselves develop a better prompt.
Absolutely, prompt engineering is a thing, sir. It's a skill. Right? Okay. So what you're saying is actually engineering the prompt. You don't engineer the algorithm, because there is a whole bunch of agents which will do it. From our side, be very clear on what we are solving, what the answer we need, and then engineer the prompt to be more accurate.
As the world over, when people start prompting these AIs, they are getting better and better over a period of time. So that's how we can take it.
Yeah, it happens, right? That's how they are learning. See, there are two ways in which the AI algorithms are learning. One is they continuously get trained, right? So Google and OpenAI and Facebook, so Meta and all, they are continuously training these and releasing versions. Like now today GPT 5.2, right, or something like that has come, right? Gemini 3.0 with reasoning had come. So these companies, they use the data, all of that we share, right? And again, that's up to us whether we want to share our data or our interactions, yes or no. But if we share, they use that interaction to kind of fine-tune that model. It's not real time, it doesn't happen, but then they use the interactions to kind of continue to tune those models, sir.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Is there any framework for training the agents? What are factors to be considered?
Yeah, so there are frameworks, sir. There are frameworks. Yeah. So, see, there are frameworks, sir. I mean, again, depending on how technologically in depth you want to get, right? For example, I mean, it might be a bit cryptic, but you can use OpenAI SDK or some sort of software development kit if you want to kind of develop everything. You want to build a building from brick and mortar. I want to mix the, the mortar as well, my hand, and things like that. If we think like that, for that also from ground up, there are a lot of these, tools. Whereas, if you want to just use a framework, right, then there are multiple frameworks. There's LangGraph, LangChain, and there is Crew AI, right? But one good thing is there is like internet has got HTTP and HTTPS. Now, for building these agents, there is a new frame, and we have defined, Anthropic has come up with a framework called MCP, Model Context Protocol. So it will use that. We can use it. I mean, we can use it. We can choose what we want to use and things like that. So there are frameworks, a lot of them. Every company is coming up with that. It's for us to choose what is for us, right? What works for us.
Good morning, ma'am. You told that using ChatGPT, you can book flight tickets and room bookings very cheaper, competitive rates.
So not ChatGPT. ChatGPT is like, it'll just answer. You can build your own agent. You can build your own agent.
Yeah,
to do that.
my question is whether it will be competitive to make my trip and other travel agents. That is the question.
Yes, sir, by all means.
Yeah, they are all private players and they will be updating faster.
Yes, yes, yes. You think about it like the Ola and Uber. What do? They don't own any, Ola and Uber, they don't own any fleet. They have almost zero liability. They are very asset thin. What they do? They just aggregate. They act as aggregators. So these agents can do that for you. They can act as aggregators, right? So for example, if you go to Swiggy's app, it will not only deliver food, right? It will do a whole bunch of things for you, right? It will book your book movie tickets also. So think about these agents that you are building as aggregators, which will do everything around your requirement, right? Flight booking means it doesn't stop at flight booking. It will do hotel booking. It will do your travel planning. It will do your multiple things, right? Good things to see in that new place where you're going, good places to eat, right? And things like that. So that way they will act.
Thank you, ma'am. Finally, you told that a single person can transform to AI. So today, you are that single person and you have transformed our Chartered Accountants fraternity. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. It's my privilege. There are many examples, sir, from a corporate world. So, AI we are using in terms of improving our efficiency. For example, coding efficiency, for example. There are many, but one of them is improving the team productivity, right? So earlier, if you see the IDEs or the interfaces where softwares used to write code, they should write every word and they should do a proper syntax check and everything. Now there are coding assistants like GitHub Copilot, Cursor, right? And now the next stage of Cursor is anti-gravity, which I mentioned, right? So anti-gravity we are not using, it's just an experimental, but we are using, GitHub Copilot, and that has increased our productivity by 40%. So that is one from a productivity standpoint. From a business standpoint, we are using AI on our search engines, right? If you go to Amazon.com or BestBuy.com, right? So when you want to shop for something, you say that I want, say, a laptop for my 12-year-old kid, right? So what the underlying intelligence that we have built using AI will do is, it will say, hey, this person, she's a mom, she's looking for a laptop for her 12-year-old kid. It will think what a 12-year-old kid will need a laptop for, to do their homework, to do their research, right, and things like that. And accordingly, it will suggest the list of laptops which are relevant for me, right? So there we are using AI and we are seeing a lot of revenue uptick, conversion we call it as, right? The number of people coming and shopping is becoming more, and that is reflecting in our revenue. There are multiple cases like that, sir. So I have not really kind of overseen any solutions for audit, but we have used AI to forecast our P&L. For example, we have profit and loss, right, for this particular quarter, but looking at our, growth, organic growth of the business and the new launches that we are having on the product and new initiatives, it will forecast what would be my, what would be my potential revenue in the next quarter, right? What would be my expenses in the next quarter? And this is helping our CFO in doing the financial planning. It is helping in terms of revenue guidance, which goes all the way up to the board. No problem.
I am a bit scared on one part. Basically, for example, if I want to send an automated emailers to my contacts, normally the AI does it so well, but it accesses my contact list. But over a longer period of time, whether it's right or wrong, we keep a lot of important information like our customer ID of the bank, demat numbers, below our this one under the notes and stuff like that. So the AI accesses the contact list, and it sends the mailers. But the data which it collects, whether it stores in its memory or it's finished then and there, or whether some compromise happens at the back end. Because we tend to buy some AI from somewhere, and what they have written behind that we don't know. So how that safety I can ensure?
Sure. So that is where every company has got a privacy committee, AI privacy committee, right, from a data standpoint, and there's lot of governance frameworks which are defined. So there are two places where AI will consume our data. So one is in terms of training. The second one is in terms of inference, which is real-time decision making. Training is when all of our data goes into training the AI model. There, to train the AI model, for it to detect pattern, it doesn't need to know this line of data belongs to whom, right? It just needs to know, okay, there are some activities that have happened. So we remove anything which is PII information from names and, and things like that, and, bank accounts and all of that. We remove that while training. While real-time inference, what will happen is that these transaction records, they get passed as is. There also, we either do two things: remove these, these columns which are PII, or we anonymize some of the information, which means that it will have a encrypted code for your name, which will match with, that code somewhere in the database. It will not be that, it will not tell your name. So there are a lot of data governance frameworks accordingly, depending on the use case that we build. So. Yep, think over time, but any more questions? Yes, sir? I think one thing I've known in ICAI is built chat interface, right? Yeah, so that can be a good starting point. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's sort of a, GPT. I think that can be a good starting point. But autonomous agents, I don't think there is any, because they are very jurisdiction specific. Something which we want to build for India, I don't think we have built anything yet in India. But I think given all the initiatives that ICAI is taking and all the trainings that it's giving to the people, I think, it can be one good hobby project or a capstone project for anybody.
Madam, when you said LLM is the brain, we have the information in a democratic way. But you have also got a lot of unwanted or what you call as unauthenticated information. Unless you have some kind of ethics, it is very difficult to find out which is good, which is bad. In those situations, how do you validate a data which you fetch from a LLM, say Copilot or Gemini? When you ask the same question, it throws a different answer. You want to know what is the correct answer. How do you go about checking all these things? Is there any fact check? Or we have to depend only on certain respective chat GPTs, like Institute has given on chat GPT where authentic information are available. If this goes on, then it becomes a brand building.
No, absolutely.
Then it becomes a money puller.
Absolutely.
So how do you democratize knowledge in these situations?
Very good answer. Basically, again, there are two areas where this check needs to happen. One is at the time of consumption. For example, you are asking a question and it throws an answer. The onus and responsibility is on us, right? In that case, yourself, in order to authenticate the answer. There's no framework, or nobody can, or maybe you can just pick that answer and put it into Google to see whether it's relevant or not. But the responsibility is on the individual who is consuming. Now, when it comes to training the model, again, when you're training a model, you should feed information which is authentic, which is not lie, right? Which is not made up. So at that time, what happens is, of course, we are we are talking about millions and billions of records. It's humanly not possible to go after each and every one. So the data gets fed just like that. But there is something called, in the process of training, a human reinforcement, sir, which means that there will be a bunch of human beings who would prompt the model every time. They will look at the result. They will see whether it is authentic data. If no, they will again feed back to the LLM saying that, hey, this answer is wrong. Or maybe in the scale of 1 to 5, this answer, the quality of this answer is, say, 2 or 3. Because in a very fuzzy world, there is no right or wrong answer. It's not like maths, sir, like, 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. It can never be 3 or 4 or 5 or whatever that is. But here in the world of, fuzzy information, you can only grade an answer from, say, 0 to 5. Then in that human reinforcement, the person will say your answer is of quality 0 or 1 or something. If it is good, your answer is of the quality 4 and 5. So that way, there will be human reinforcement, and sometimes, in some cases, along with human reinforcement, we will have again these models as judge. Right? Sometimes the LLMs can also act as judge. For example, one LLM gives an answer, and we can do that real time also. In your case, right, when you are judging the answer, if one LLM gives an answer, one of the, say, ChatGPT gives an answer, then this judge will say whether this answer makes sense or not, right? So in your case, if ChatGPT gives an answer, you pose that question and the answer on Cloud, for example, or Gemini, for example, and say, I've got this answer to this question, tell me whether it is right or wrong. Then it will refine that for you, if at all the answer is wrong. So it's more of reinforcement, either through LLMs or through human reinforcement, sir.
Thank you,
I
ma'am.
think,
members,
thank you so much.
You can have your questions during the networking sessions. Thank you, ma'am, for the session that clearly explained the evolution from task-specific automation to generative AI, AI agents and agentic AI. Your practical perspective on how intelligent agents can independently plan, execute, and learn from tasks was extremely valuable. Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Our major sponsors' promotional video will be displayed as Cholayil and AU Small Bank. Members, we will now break for tea. We would like to inform you that the AU Chartered Accountant program has been launched 2 weeks before with our ICAI President, Mr. C.A. Charanjot Singh Nanda, with Mr. Sanjeev Agarwal, MD and CEO of AU Bank. As part of this initiative, members opening an account today will receive an exclusive spot gift. Thank you.
Wear capes, but they empower businesses every day. They don't chase headlines, but they shape financial headlines. They bring clarity to complexity. From startups to conglomerates, from taxation to transformation, chartered accountants keep India financially forward. We understand your pace, precision, commitment. So we build banking that fits your world. Introducing the AU Chartered Accountants Program. One program, multiple solutions. Business, personal, lifestyle. All your banking needs covered. Your practice is your brand. Building your brand takes effort. AU Royale Business Current Account supports that journey with features designed exclusively for you. Free debit card with exclusive CA India logo. Personalized CA membership account number. Overdraft facility against FD at special pricing. Preferential pricing on business and personal loans. No minimum balance commitment. They don't chase.
The world's largest accountancy body, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, is all set to host the biggest accounting festival of the globe, the World Forum of Accountants 2.0, 3 days, one grand platform, multiple knowledge sessions, over 25,000 global participants uniting at the India Expo Center and Mart, Greater Noida. Get exclusive opportunities to learn from global leaders, explore emerging trends, gain hands-on case studies with experts, build powerful networks, and engage with peers, global firms, and policymakers. Explore how technology, AI, and sustainability are transforming business and finance. Experience multi-track learning and contribute to shaping the future of the profession. All happening at WOFA 2.0 from 30th January to 1st February 2026. Be there. Be future ready. Register now.
We invite CA Vital Raj and CA Dr. Abhishek Murali, SIRC of ICI, to kindly take their seat on the dais. May I request CA PB Santanakrishnan to present the memento to CA Vital Raj. Now we move on to the technical session on smarter firms, AI-powered intelligence, driving smart decisions in CA firms, AI-driven decision-making in firm management, internal CA firm, AI transformations, leadership, roundtables, and change management. May I invite CA Abhishek Murali to give few words on Mr. CA Vital Raj.
Very, very warm good morning to one and all present here. Today's topic of Vital Raj sir is, I would say, a very practical topic. Because as chartered accountants, many sessions we have had so far on many technical aspects of AI. But ultimately, we always believe in substance over form. So the substance is, how is it going to impact me? How is it going to benefit my firm? How would it help my practice? For that, we need the visions and views. We have got a lot of technical people, but having a chartered accountant share their views, being an expert in this field, will impact us better, and it will distill what is the effect in our day-to-day practice. For that, we have a really wonderful expert, a wonderful person also, I must say. And I have the proud privilege of introducing CA Vital Raj. CA Vital Raj sir He is a risk assurance and consulting professional with more than 30 years of learning experience working in clients in a wide range of industries on IT governance, cyber security, privacy, IT assurance, risk-based audit, enterprise risk management, and related audits. He is by qualification FCA, CISA, CIA, CISSP, CGEIT, CISM, CRISC, CFE. So, this is alphabet sir, actually. So, he consults as a strategic advisor on the board of many senior management of firms, entities, large companies as well, on GRC, cyber security, and emerging technologies as well. He is a member on RBI Standing Committee for Cyber Security and IT Examination. He is a member of the REBIT's Cyber Security Assessment Framework Study Group. He is a member of the SME of ICAI Technical Group on Cyber Security as well, and as well as the co-opted member of our Artificial Intelligence Committee of the ICAI New Delhi. He has served 2 terms as International Vice President and Director on the International Board of ISACA, USA, and was awarded with ISACA's President Award for outstanding contributions during his term as Director. He is a founder and senior partner of Messrs. Kumar and Raj Chartered Accountant and leads the Business and IS Assurance Service practice, a regular speaker, and he presented various research papers across various bodies, domestic, national, and international as well. I must say, he is a very close mentor, close motivator as well. And generally, whenever we have any IT-related topics in any of the organizations I am associated with, always Vittalraj sir is the first name. And every session taken by him always gathers a huge response from the audience, because he has a way of involving everyone and distilling the practical insights of it. And everyone leaves his sessions with much richer in knowledge than before they entered it. And honestly, he told me, Abhishek, you read only 1 paragraph, don't read more than that, just before I introduced him. But I have to share the kind of expert that he is. He is a very down-to-earth person despite his lofty achievements. That's the kind of person he is. Thank you so much, Vittalraj sir, for taking time out of your schedule to be here. We are all looking forward to your session. I'm sure it will be very wonderful. Please give a huge round of applause to Vittalraj sir. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. Namaskaram. Having good friends like Abhishek Murli, the problem is that they create the expectation so much, you fear failure now. You have to keep up to that, what the build-up that he has given so beautifully. Well, I try my best. This topic, first of all, there is a change. Mr. Vinayak could not make it, his flight got cancelled yesterday. So the topic that he was supposed to take, I will be taking that topic as well. So what I am doing is, just to bring in a logical flow, I am taking the session that was allotted to me first, and then we will go with the second session. Is that fine? Okay, great. So we are talking about smart and future-ready CA firms. Now, can you see what is there on your screen by any chance? I'm sure you had excellent topic discussion from Nitya this morning. I'm sure you can guess what that is. Yes, sir? Sorry? Supermarket, yes, you are right. So what's so different about the supermarket? I'm sorry? Yeah. Okay. Okay, no worries. This is a personless shop, so there is no employee, right? It's completely run by technology. Now, if you see those circles there, so they kind of track you. Of course, they are not real circles. They track you whenever they are there in the store. The moment you enter, your face is recognized. Now, don't ask me whether it is DPDP Act compliant, right? Because you had a session yesterday, I know. But here, if you really look at this, it takes a lot of information. The moment you enter the store, it starts suggesting you based upon your previous purchases. Based upon previous purchases, it keeps on telling you, maybe this is what you want to buy. I think even Amazon does that for you today. When you go and order, it tells you, maybe you forgot all this, you last time you ordered this, right? So all this information, where is it coming from? That exact season when you buy it, when you want it, they push you an offer also. And mind you, this offer could be very, very personalized. Your friend buying the same quantity will not get that offer. Because they're looking at, what is your traction of sales, and they monitor all that. The other beautiful thing is, all these shelves here are sensor controlled. You go and pick up something, it automatically goes into your billing. It also updates the stock, right? Go further down, if you really look at it, how do you get out of this shop? Well, automatically your debit will be done, don't worry. And once you come back, of course you carry the materials, whatever materials there automatically build up. Of course, the problem is, if you were to hack such a store, what would happen? Any guesses? McDonald's introduced AI and they wanted to find how AI can help their business. They did a whole lot of research. One of their popular channels is this drive-through. We don't have, I think, in India, but the US it is very popular, right? Drive-through McDonald's. So you can simply, there is only a vending machine. You just press whatever you want, the shutter opens, you take whatever and simply go. After they, made this chatbot, so the chatbot will speak to the customer. So you don't have to press. You say, what do you want? Okay, how can I help you today? This offer, blah, 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 whatever. So let us say this person orders something. What should do? It should obviously get the same order and deliver it to the person, because it has acknowledged saying that, yes, I will just wait a moment, I'll give you this, blah, blah, whatever. But what it did was, whatever you order from the menu, out of some 70 odd items, it will always give an order for chicken nuggets. So what happened was that every person who was coming in, irrespective of whatever order they place, it will be chicken nuggets. So if a person orders 6 items, he'll get six chicken nuggets. So now this became a problem because they didn't know what to do, and one customer got 260 orders of chicken nuggets. Now what does he do? There is no human being there. Please look at it. Suppose you are locked in this. What do you do now? See, fortunately we are a country with a lot of labor, manpower, etc. Every toll gate there are 4 people sitting there. Right? That's not possible there. So imagine one day we are going to get into that situation, because Mr. Gadkari has promised there is going to be a GPS based tolling completely. So when that happens, now let us slightly switch roles. All this looks fascinating, yes or no? Yeah? Now, you have the privilege of being appointed as the statutory auditor or internal auditor of this store. How many of you are ready? Okay. You know exactly how to proceed? Because there will be no books of accounts, obviously, right? The way you want it. So what do you do now? Now, what would you do in a serious sense? If, let us say, they call upon you and say, come on, please audit this. Whether the algorithm that is handling inventory is doing what it's supposed to do. Do we have the wherewithal today to audit it? We don't. Am I making it up? We see that all this is happening slowly. Yes? Forget about all this. Tomorrow morning, Flipkart, Amazon calls you, come on, you are the statutory auditor. Simple. Cut-off procedure. How do you now work with cut-off procedure algorithm? So we are increasingly going to deal with algorithms, right? And that's where, unfortunately, the story of AI really starts. Okay. I love this guy. He's the chair of World Economic Forum, and this is something he said in 2017. Put it to your life today and see how much of what he says is true. He says, we stand on the brink of a technological revolution. I don't think there is any dispute on that, right? That will fundamentally alter the way we live. Post-pandemic, what happened to work from home? See, before pandemic, your employer would frown if you said work from home, yes or no? After the pandemic, they said, no, work from home. Because they save on your coffee, tea, they save on your all your facilities, your transport, your AC, the place for you. And ultimately you're going to do the same work, isn't it? Then he'll come back and say, no, no, I want 1 week vacation. They put on RPA there or an AI machine, it will do 24/7, will not complain, no coffee, tea. It will do a fantastic job and error free. Right? So that's completely changing. Two, if you really look at it, the freelancing market has almost exploded. People who thought that they were completely retired from life suddenly found, thanks to the pandemic, kind of jobs which they never ever could dream before. And they charge per hour. In our country, when you are a CA professional and sitting here, you are charging per hour means something, right? I'm talking for an average professional. So, which means that that's exactly what happened. And please see the wording he says. Alter the way we live, work and relate to one another. Today in your home, if you have a kid or a grandkid, and if the kid doesn't use Insta, you take him to a psychologist. Yes or no? That's a fact of life. So what's happened typically is that our social networking, maybe for this generation it may seem it's more of something as a pastime, very rarely we do. But that's life for the next generation. Today, gone are the days when the mother used to show the moon and feed the child. Today only cartoon works. And they find it so convenient, the child gets hooked onto that, and you know what happens after that. Nimhans is doing a great study saying that what impact it has on kids. So we have certainly changed the way we relate to one another. And he further says, in its scale, scope and complexity, the transformation will be unlike anything human mankind has experienced before. Yes or no? Do you agree with this? Now this 10-minute store, Blinkit, Zepto, yeah? You order something, 5th minute the guy is at your door. Many times happens? Yes or no? You wonder why this guy was possibly waiting in the roof with my order. Isn't it? How do they manage this? You are a chartered accountant, you know that inventory takes time, there is a holding cost, there is a carrying cost, and the guy has to move, bring the logistics to your place, the guy has to be allotted first, and in spite of all this, you get this within 10 minutes, and it's a promise. So if you really look at this, which means if you look at the other side of the story there, you find there's a whole lot of GPS technologies, whole lot of artificial intelligence, whole lot of machine learning going to make the entire model work. And that's why I said if you are appointed as a statutory auditor, forget about anything else for this particular unit, how would you go about compliance with accounting standards? So that's where the big question really comes up is, because what's happened today is the very way we looked at how traditional marketing was, everything has changed. Your bank offers a typical offer customized to you based upon your income category, etc., and says, just go click, get this loan. I'm sure all of you received such kind of mails. Two, look at, who decides what you eat today. Who decides? Maybe not this generation, next gen. Swiggy and Zomato. Let us say you wanted to order a masala vada, it's a rainy day. 25 rupees is the cost. There will be a pop-up which tells you only 1 hour offer, burger 10 rupees. Your kids at home know every damn offer that is running on every damn platform. Yes or no? They will come and tell you, idhula anga po 10% kadikkum. Now what is happening is, you order first time because 10 rupees, 15 rupees saving anyway, no? So you order a burger. First time you order the burger. Next time again this shows up with a lesser discount. You don't mind, you buy it. And from the third time, you order burgers. And that time, the cost is 40 rupees. And you don't mind buying that after that, because that is what is obsession management. The AI is constantly looking at where you click, what you are doing, where you go and tap on your phone. They know that this is the menus you are looking at, this is your interest. Everything is there, which is seen. So, if you really look at the role of the auditor, whether you are an internal auditor or a statutory auditor or a valuation expert, imagine, can you do anything without technology here? And we are talking about operational financial technology. Am I right? Now, if that is not part of your audit work program, how at all can we even audit true and fair view here? In agreement with books of accounts, God knows where they are. We have a problem. Right. So what we'll do in this session quickly is, this AI has become a fad now, isn't it? Even if you have started your first experience or ChatGPT, somebody shakes hands with you, you say, yeah, I am also an AI. How many of you here don't use ChatGPT or any of the Gen AI engines? I'm not saying use, don't use. Oh, you are the brave ones. Yes. If you really look at it, today, the kind of things that we ask ChatGPT, things that you would never dare to ask your spouse, to your parents, to your kids, to your employer, you ask ChatGPT, yes or no? And if you are an employee working in an organization and the boss says, boss, I don't know what happens, tomorrow morning I want the draft contract on my table. Earlier, it was a struggle. You got to catch hold of all your peers, somehow get to treat them and give them all the knowledge and get these things done. Today, thanks to GPT, you just take a snapshot of the old contract, you give in what are the terms to ChatGPT, and it immediately prepares a complete contract to you. And the boss looks at it and says, wow, I know you didn't do it because the language is too good. Right? So, if you really look at this, AI is certainly quietly entered our lives in so many different ways and has been doing that for last decade. Only thing is, as chartered accountants, we still are yet to wake up in many cases. And that's not good. And that's exactly this session all about. 2, how do we elevate your CA practice with this so-called AI technology? I'm sure since yesterday they have burst a lot of your thinking that AI is super magic. They told you AI misbehaves very well. Right? And how do you make sure it doesn't misbehave? Very difficult. We don't have answers. Sam Altman himself says, I don't know how this damn thing decides. 3, for us it is more important with whatever way that we can at least do a soft launch of our AI strategy and make our firm a smart firm. What is a smart firm? We'll discuss that also. Now let's look at some of the things that are happening since quite some time in the industry. I'm just taking stock of random kind of happenings. What do you see here? So it is a warehouse, and these are called cobots, collaborative robots. They are completely autonomous, right? And if you would like to, I would urge you to please go to YouTube and say Amazon warehouse, you will find these videos there, right? It will be amazing for you to see there is not a single human being there. And the kind of these multiple robots, they whiz through, go and pick up this item, place it back again, whatever they do, everything. With completely interconnected systems which updates your inventory, updates your operational systems, updates your, wherever the costing needs to be, everything is done as part of that. Now, if you are invited, let us say, to offer a consulting on this particular technology, are we ready? We are not. Okay. We had other examples also. This is high risk welding, very high peril welding, because what typically happens here is like your BrahMos missile, right? Somebody got to weld that thing, right? How does the welding take place? It is a very fine mixture of a particular alloy and very precision mix. It has to be at a particular temperature. It has to be welded in a particular manner, and the testing takes place in kind of crazy levels of testing, obviously. Yet the aircraft that we travel, everything is based upon this technology. So therefore, if you see one small mistake in this can cost lives. Artificial intelligence is helping this precision in such a great way that the number of outliers that have been there earlier has gone down by almost 20%. Further, take this, agriculture. India has one of the most progressive AI-driven agriculture support available. Would you believe that? These are Israeli machines, Right from soil testing to harvesting, they do everything. They got, any machine can do that. Now, typically today what happens is, I'm sure you heard about the ITC e-Chopal scheme. or the Fazal scheme. These are very popular schemes which have been there for quite some time. A farmer who today faces a problem at his crop, and there is a disease hit, let us say, all he needs to do is open his mobile, take a screenshot or a video, and contact the professor who is designated person in the nearest agricultural university. He has an AI running there. It tells him what disease that is. He immediately instructs, this is the spray that you got to do. The farmer goes to the local rent shop where he hires a drone and sprays this, job done. He has saved a crop. All this contribution of multiple technologies. I can never forget one Telangana student. He saw his father suffering in spite of his ill health. He had to go a long way, walk into the fields to switch off and switch on the motor every time. He simply did a very simple innovation by fixing a SIM card there, and by giving an SMS, you can start or stop the motor pump. Isn't that wonderful? Now that brings us to the question, how many of us have been innovating in our firms since last couple, so many years we have been in practice? We keep on complaining there are no opportunities. Let me tell you, there are so many opportunities today that we don't have people. The problem is we don't look into those dimensions of where the opportunities are. We will discuss about that. I am sure you recognize what this is. You got banners all over the city. Robotic surgery. Yeah? Completely driven by AI, ML, robotics. Right? Isn't it magnificent? As of now, they do knee surgery. The heart surgery is already proven, but they don't do it. But I was just imagining the nightmare if I was on one of those tables, God forbid, and it says signal not found. What would I do? Tell the doctor, signal illa. My knee is open. So imagine the risks of using AI, and imagine if the AI starts behaving like your ChatGPT sometimes, right? The arm starts twisting like this. I mean, it's murder. So we are looking at very, very life-threatening issues also with AI, but in spite of that, we are going forward. Last but not the least, this again you can check on the YouTube. This is a Japanese robo, very popular there as a post-surgical, post-therapeutic robo. What it does is it is supposed to be having a very kind and compassionate way of dealing with patients. In fact, it does a psychometric on you and then accordingly talks to the person. For children, it obviously knows how to talk to them. Because if you see elderly, once we get sick, the problem is to make them eat, especially have those medicines. Because they are adamant, worse than a kid to say, no, I will not take this. This robo manages all that. And I think Japanese society is a very aged society. Not only that, what it does is, obviously sends all your parameters, which are through various devices fitted on the robo, to the doctor. Any change in the parameters, it wants the doctor saying that there is something wrong. Or if the patient misbehaves, it tells that. The doctor comes on the screen, you see there, and tries to pacify or do whatever is necessary. So if you really look at all this, these are just glimpses of what everywhere there is a substratum of AI, because that is what processes all the data into logic that drives the physical. The question again is, you are going to be appointed as statutory auditor or internal auditor or whatever someday in the near future of one of these enterprises. Are we ready is the question. Right. So operational technology will autonomously write into financial systems. So there is no accounting department there that you may find in the future as it stands today. So the internal controls, internal controls commensurate with the size and nature of business. You remember that? No? Now just generally we ask the article clerk to print it out. We only request him change the year. Right? And then we know, because we have other things which are waiting for us to attend to. So the IFC certificate goes along with that. But for those of you who take that seriously, obviously this is something which has to take your attention, because wherever your financial figures are coming from, which will be one of those systems here, you have to look at internal controls commensurate with the size and nature of business. Yes or no? Now, if you really look at what's happening with the regulator, they have been smart. I'm sure all of us are facing faceless assessments, isn't it? GSTN might soon introduce, we pray that there is a faceless assessment there, isn't it? And if you really look at it, there has been cases when AI has helped. The 5 crore demand was dropped thanks to faceless appeal, right? Then you have GST which launches the hackathon. That's frequently happening. If you go to GST developer site, I have my friend Ramanujam here, he's an expert on the all kind of connectors that you can talk about. And if you really look at this, GST today offers you all capabilities for you to automate seamlessly, right? Look at what's happening there. Typically, we are looking at Gen AI being employed at various places, but with very measured kind of, pace. Data sets, huge amount of data sets which are getting collected all over the country. The government has enough revenue intelligence today. There is no two doubts about it. And that's good for the country because let's look at the UPI, what it has done to the country. You go typically like the traditional before pre-pandemic days and say change illa. What will the vendor tell you? GPay podumo. And you see the kind of proliferation that GPay has done or the UPI has done is phenomenal, simply phenomenal. How much of the cash has gone into the back doors? That's great. The future of compliance, again, if you see with especially GST, is AIs, APIs, and automation. That's how it is. And it's going to be much, I'm sure you have seen the 2.0 rollout, GST 2.0 rollout. I mean, your reconciliation is almost done by the system, isn't it? So GSTR to GSTR 3A and whatever, I'm not an expert on that, but if you really look at all those reconciliations, the system itself offers all of that. And it is talking about providing an accounting software which will effectively capture your sales and purchases are captured, your payments are captured, everything is done, isn't it? You have only very little leeway to capture anything. So now the big question is, if you are into big time GST practice, how much of it will stay 5 years from now? Make your money now. Because after that it will vanish. Okay. So why your firm got to be AI smart? First of all, these are from various surveys, very recent surveys. 68% of tax accounting professionals are hopeful or excited about Gen AI. I am sure we have the same population here also, right? Global AI in accounting market is projected to reach whatever numbers they are saying, but it is significant, right? 70% of the leading firms now use AI. You take all the big four, they have their own AI platforms. How many of us have taken these steps into AI? I am sure there are many. I would like to believe. But if there are not, I would urge you to go and take a look at the hackathons on ICAI site. How many of you had a look at the hackathons on ICAI site? Very few of you. I think you should have a look at it. It is by members for members. These are chartered accountants who have done, I am telling you, brilliant job. And he is one of the hackathon toppers here, sitting here, right? So, yeah. So, what I am saying is that we have a lot of good things happening within our own professional community. I think that's where we need to pick up things from. Let's look at it. If you're really looking at it, the pandemic, no doubt, has also transformed how we looked at our own way of doing things. I'm sure, yes. We have learned to go remote. We have learned remote auditing to a great extent, right? Look at accelerated AI innovations. You are looking at a lot of them. Go to Startup India, you'll find a lot of chartered accountants who do have contributed something there, right? If you look at the World Economic Forum Future of Jobs reports, how many of you have heard about this? World Economic Forum Future of Job reports. If you have not gone through that, I would urge you to go through that. Please just Google World Economic Forum Future of Jobs report. It tells you which of the job positions are dead, thanks to AI, which of the job positions are dying, and which are the ones which are getting born wherein we don't have people. Where would you like to be? I don't need to tell you, isn't it? So, unless you look, you won't see. And that's exactly where, if you look at this entire scenario here, there is hidden opportunities in every space, but it is not in the way that you think. We start realizing that we are somewhere. And today, let's look at it. Your clients require much more from auditors always. They have been always. Because once they see you as an auditor, you are on the expense side of their profit and loss account. Yes or no? They don't see anything contributing to the income or asset side, right? So, which means that unless and until we are looking at proactive compliance, proactive looking at how to help them with their business and internal controls, I think we are not doing justice to that. We have to point out areas where they can automate and get rich gains. They will thank a ton for you, right? And that's a huge practice. AI automation practice is one of the biggest practices that's already started to happen. As I said, before you take any of them, they have their own AI platforms. You must visit that to understand what we are losing and where the ideas lie. You can pick up some good ideas, start in your own small firm in a small way. Nothing stops you from doing that. Your clients, you know them well, styled to their and curated to their requirement, you start doing something, I'm telling you, you'll be there. Now, if you really look at where all these Gen AI use cases are coming from, I'm sure you are doing already tax research, yes, using ChatGPT. All of you doing that? The only thing is, I'm sure you saw the recent case wherein Supreme Court hauled up the High Court for two Supreme Court cases quoted there, which never existed. Yeah, I'm sure you read about that or not. So, we have to understand that there is a downside to this technology. Which area not to use the technology now is also a very important consideration. Otherwise, you may risk landing up, losing a client. And I'm sure that's not the thing that you want at all, right? If you really look at this tax return preparation, is huge business. I know of many of our members who are doing excellent service to overseas customers, especially the US, tax return filing, MIS preparation, tons and tons of job available there. There are not much people. If you want to get into that, great time to get in because your AI will help you to achieve that. But once you're getting into that, you should understand this technology will not last more than a decade. Maybe 5 to 10 years, right? But 5 to 10 years is a good time to make money, right? Then tax advisory, I'm sure you found it in your preparation of appeals. Yeah, it gives excellent kind of results. But if you're going to entirely outsource the job to ChatGPT, then you know what happens, right? If you go and get faced in the tribunal with a question, okay, tell me what is the braces, ChatGPT. So not good thing to do. Then document summarization, document reviews, correspondence drafting and all is fantastic. One of the big problems that many of our article clerks face, language, communication, it helps to solve like anything, no doubt about it. We should encourage our students to also take up and use, but tell them, educate them on what should not be done. And that way you will find they'll be able to help you with your strategy. Now how to go about, first of all, take stock of your firm's AI smartness. That's what I would say, right? Number one, please understand one thing, always in life, your bad decision have roots in bad data. You ask about which stock to invest in. Somebody tells you, "Ayyo, idula pannu." You go ahead investing and you lose all your money. Then you come back and ask him, how did you do this? How did you tell me this? Josir sonnar. Now, unless you go by data, even for the Josir has to be backed up by calculations. And if it is not reliable, you should know how to interpret it. We don't have that. Let's not get into that. So if you really look at it, what are looking at smart decision? Number one, many times we don't know whether to qualify a balance sheet or not. Should be emphasis of matter or qualification or only note. Isn't it a very important issue to discuss? Believe me, in those kind of situations, I'm taking examples, your ChatGPTs can help you with the support system to do that. It will give you all the information. And as Nitya was saying, for God's sake, don't trust only ChatGPT or one singular tool, because that can be devastatingly fatal. Rather, always have maker checker. If you are using Claude as your primary, use ChatGPT or Gemini. But if you also use all of them, you will land up with a khichdi. You don't know what happened to the original decision itself. So ultimately, let us please understand one very important thing. Because you are getting on to AI, don't think that your domain knowledge is going to be extinct. No. Please understand one thing. We are chartered accountants. In no way can we match the prowess of engineers who have done a 5-year degree in software and coming out of that. It's not possible. Where our strength comes from is our domain expertise and application of the right tools available in technology to meet that business problem. We have to stick to this important principle. Otherwise, what happens is, I have seen, they say, kids come and tell me, no, sir, I'm going to learn AI. I said, okay, go ahead. 1 month down, they say, I have done with Python advanced. Now tell me what to do. I said, you decided to do Python. I didn't ask you to do. Because if you ask ChatGPT or especially Claude or Codex, it will write a very beautiful Python code for you. No problem at all. You don't need to do the 1 month course. But that does not mean you have become an expert in programming. It achieves your purpose. Right. So that is where I think inability to clear decisions can be certainly helped with the use of these tools. Lack of confidence. I don't know what language to use in a report. Big challenge many of us face. Which one to bring in first? How to give emphasis on that? What is the right language? Many of us struggle to that. And I am telling you, there you got a ton of tools, starting from simple, humble ChatGPTs, which can certainly help you do that. But mind you, you have to be in charge. You cannot simply say, okay, you ask the staff to copy and put it, your client very well knows. Harvard panna maar irukku sir report. Then where is the staff today? Article clerks is up. Egmore Museum you might find soon. So which means that you have to look at all ways and means of saying how do you supplement, so that in case you have a crisis, how do you handle that with regard to your work? And that is where, agentic, as Nitya was also saying, can be a good answer. But I am not saying that you can simply say, oh, there is a switch on, switch off. It doesn't work like that. You got to work effectively on how to operationalize the system in your area of practice. Then incorrect data, records given by client. Garbage in, garbage out. If you see, I'm sure you heard about rogue AIs. I'm sure they have spoken since yesterday. Have you heard about rogue AIs? Like human beings, even AIs can be rogue, no? After all, we are teaching them. If a rogue teaches the AI, he will teach rogue things. So let us please understand that when it comes to rogue AIs, they may mess up with things. So therefore, it's very important to understand feeding the right data, the training data especially has to be completely sanitized and made sure that that's exactly what is a perspective or a factual perspective that you want to get. 2. Why am I not able to grow my client in? Big problem, no? Many of us face. I've been in practice for 20 years, no great growth. I ask a very simple question. How many of you have you talked to your clients other than audit, taxation and compliance? Very few of you. Because generally they also look upon us as auditor. We also pose as auditor, which means we don't know anything beyond that. The fact is different. All of us, the institute grills us in terms of so many subjects. Poruna at the exam pass pantathukulla. How many of you want to rewrite the exam today? See here. ChatGPT can write it for you. Anyway. No, the point really is your domain knowledge and the skills that we are taught by the institute are actually good enough to solve many of the business problems. But we never look on those sides. How to make the client realize value of my work? Always, fees increase panna matengirar. I bill the fees today, comes after 3 years. Typical complaint, but who's responsible there? Well, AI skills, staff, clients, partners, if you are really convinced that AI can help you and your clients, please ensure that you do enough amount of evangelization. You got to go and talk to the client, take their simple problems, solve it using AI skills that you get from. How many of you AI CA certified here? Okay, few of you. Okay, how many of you are using AI CA after AI CA certification? Okay, only 1 or 2. Okay, that's the problem. We do the course for CPE, then we forget about it, right? But I think things are not so going to be very accommodative in the future. We got to get out of this, otherwise A, we are losing opportunities, B, will be extinct. That's for sure. There's absolutely no two doubts about it. And the daunting dilemma, evlo bill podu. How much of the biggest problem that we maintain is we don't have time sheeting systems. We don't know how much cost is being spent. You don't know what is the value of your service. So all this certainly AI can help in a staggered manner, right? Drowning admin tasks. It takes the whole, of your life sometimes. And then how much professional risk am I taking when you're signing up a risky report? the internal documentation is less said the better, isn't it? US firms spend 60% of their time on documentation, internal documentation. And we generally do it the next year if required. Right? So it's very important to look at all this. I'm sure you agree these are practical issues many of us face. Yes or no? So first of all, we have to get over this problem. You can be intuitive, nothing wrong with it. But when does it work and when it will not work, you don't know. The day it doesn't work, you have problems. Right? So let us look at a very, very rudimentary yardstick of where my firm is today with regard to automation. Number one, how much of your current professional work is manual and repetitive in nature? If you are manually doing repetitive work such as vouching, analysis of debtors, you are doing all this manually, which means you are somewhere stuck. Right? So very important, bookkeeping, annual accounts preparation, all these are excellent candidates for AI. In fact, if you go to the hackathons, one of our members has created for SMEs end-to-end audit automation. It will do vouching, it will look at what the gaps are, it will list down all that, help you with the entries, everything it will do. Great job done. If that chartered accountant can do that, why not you? And I'm sure we can. There will be one important reason, see, I am on the wrong side of my age. One of the members who attended was 82 years. I was wondering what prompted him to come and attend an AACA. The beauty was, he was sitting front seat, asking questions. I thought generally he is inquisitive, that's great. But after that, he was connected and created several pieces of software. So let's not complain about age. We have to look at them and say, oh my goodness. So audit procedures, all of them are very good candidates of automation. The question is, how much in your office you have automation around all this? GST, I'm sure GST is the most data intensive, right? How do you look at extraction of data, and reconciliations, the HSN number, all these queries that you run. Then reconciliation, audit, litigation, all of this, if you really see, we depend upon so much of manual research. And we lose those notes also sometimes. Because you save it onto a very important file, and there are 10 files named very important. Then you don't know which one, right? Then compliance practice, laws and regulations, big practice, very easily automatable, good money in that also, no doubt about it. Look at our internal jobs, engagement planning. Do we draw up an engagement plan? Why not, if not? Let's do it, even if it is not going to work. Because you're bringing in a discipline which can bring in a lot of predictability into our systems. And you can automate everything. Client communication, following up for fees. You have to first follow up with the accountant, remind him 10 times, then only he will follow up with the client. Client will forget it the next week. You are going to start the cycle. Automate the entire thing. And every time when the client receives the communication, the tone will be different. You can make that. RPA can help you do that, right? So you have everything with regard to resource management, your skilling, work paper management, review, timesheets, billing, collection, everything. AI can help you there, right? Administrative, again, staff management, training. You got excellent tools today, LMS, which can help you to train your staff. Then I told you about the client communication, knowledge management, research. All these areas today, if you see, you will find hackathons on one or more of these topics on the site. And if you have not done AICA, I would highly recommend that you please join AICA. It can certainly change the very way you look at things. I'm sure those who attended, you have some feeling about that. It can do something, right? So that's where it is important. So if we start looking at how to get our strategy right, let us look at dividing them into the key buckets. Number one, the services we are offering to our clients. It could be statutory audit, internal audit, GST services, outsourcing, whatever it be. Everything comes under that category there. Then one area which very few of us focus on is your long-term and short-term strategy for your firm growth. Generally what happens is, firm paattukku nadakudhu, naanga paattukku nadakkurom. Which means you don't have any kind of long-term strategy or vision to say, where am I going to be 5 years from now? What is going to happen to each of those practices that we are having today? GSTR return filing was once a fad. Today Jio offers it for 29 rupees. Do you think as chartered owners we need to go and compete with them? just makes no sense, right? So I think we have to get out of all these areas, where our intellect is not going to be used. The kind of, the night oils we burnt, lamps that we burnt right across to pass our CA becomes of no use. So very important, we look at those areas, you will find them. Either through your networks or partnerships or directly by yourself. There is demand for good advice, and I can tell you our community is very unique. We understand business, we understand risk management, we understand audit, we understand how the business works in terms of its dynamics, and we also obviously understand the finance, accounts, everything to do with that. And if we understand technology, you are there. And as you age, your wisdom becomes the most important LLM for the world. Let's take all the senior members here, all put that into one LLM. Mind you, what wisdom we'll have. So, very important that we understand what are the strengths and weaknesses and accordingly move forward. Then, of course, we talked about, bucketing that into engagement managers. Stuart spoke to you about audit documentation, firm administration. So, broadly, how do we go about doing that? First of all, each of these, if you see audit certification, statutory audit, etc., whatever kind, starting from planning, work execution, analysis of the collected information or artifacts, and coming to what is the findings and drafting the report. Every stage you can supplement your work with the help of AI. And it can be very effective. It will save you at least 60 to 80% of your routine work. That it will do. Two, like taxation and all, there are a lot of opportunities in taxation today, but from a litigation perspective or from international taxation perspective, offshoring services in taxation, whole lot of things happening today. I think all of them excellent candidates for volume using AI, right? Then managed services like GCCs are a great thing today. You've got GCCs dedicated to professional services like ours. The Chartered is the best bet there. You be part of one of the GCCs, you have perennial business coming there. Absolutely no issues. Then of course MIS forecasting today, that's become a big service after the the IT return filing in the US. Today they are looking at small businesses for MIS, preparation of presentation report. They don't do that. They want you to do that. And that's offshoring. You can very much sit here and do a lot of work. Then of course in forensic accounting, fraud investigations, simply do this. How many of you have gone through a site called screener.in? Screener.in? If you're not, please do. It's a free site. It lists out all the listed companies' financials for 8 years. Plus all the corporate actions, whatever happens, you have the entire history of the company there. Just do one very simple thing. Take your client's balance sheet, let's say they are into pharma. Go to that particular site, get one of the nearest pharma companies which matches their profile. Simply write a very simple prompt asking Claude or one of them, you download that particular data and give both of them to analyze and tell you what are the points with regard to non-compliance of accounting standards, potential frauds or forensic aspects which come in there. Believe me, it will give you such kind of insights that you would feel that, oh my goodness, why didn't I do it before? Not only that, how many of you have visited ICAI CAGPT? I'm sure you're using that. There if you see, if you go down to the last, there is something called as Industry Forum. Anybody using that? Yeah. Industry Forum, you have close to 50,000 annual reports lying there, organized by sector. You simply put your client's thing, obviously, of course, as I said, whenever you put on any LLM, sanitize it with regard to the name and identifier, put it there, ask your questions. Believe me, you will get such kind of insights where, oh my goodness, I missed this looking at this particular balance sheet. Tremendous help it will be for you. Similarly, you are going to do an internal audit. You don't know where to start. Very simple. Go and ask ChatGPT. Of course, there is a way to ask ChatGPT. That's what is called as prompt engineering, right? But more than engineering, it is common sense and how you would explain your first year articles as to what you want out of that guy. Here, the article clerk in CAGPT is all combined into one, but you still have to explain what do you want from that resource of knowledge. So once you give the right prompt, you get near perfect results, right? It's again a question of time and training that it takes place, right? Then of course with regard to valuation, transfer pricing and all, you get, you can make use of these reports and prepare whole lot of all these alternate mechanisms. It helps a lot in that. Your IRP practice, your business and functional strategy and financial strategy, excellent inputs that it gives you, believe me. You take your own client, give the 6 years balance sheet to ChatGPT and say, give me a strategy for sales. Then it tell you, give me this additional data, I'll give you this strategy. You give this additional data, compile it and give it to them. As you start adding more and more of specific detail to your question, you will get a more near to near logical answer, which you can certainly go and tell your client. In fact, many times what I do is, I don't understand a subject. I have to, drive down to the client's place 40 minutes from there. I switch on ChatGPT, at least try to understand various perspectives on that. Of course, you have to know where to stop. But believe me, I'm sure all of you use voice ChatGPT. Yeah? It's extremely useful, right? So when you're driving down, just ask. And then once you go there, you have an air of confidence, even though it was not there before when you started. So it certainly helps. So small things like this can help you a lot. In fact, you can even find out for a particular client, what are the additional areas where you can offer services. It can tell you those. Have a chat with the client. And then you will find out one of them clicks. You have made an opening there. So that's where firm growth strategy, engagement management, of course, lot of tools there today which are available. You can write, have you heard about vibe coding? Yeah, since yesterday, you heard about vibe coding? Vibe coding is nothing, coding without knowing coding. All of us are there. I don't know coding. This guy knows coding. All of us don't know coding, right? But that's where for us people, we have vibe coding. You go to ChatGPT Codex, you go to a whole lot of Google Colabs and a whole lot of environments wherein you can write your own code by simply giving a requirement. All you do is specify a requirement properly. You will be very happy to develop the first software by your own hands. And if you can do the first step, then next step is simply a logical progression. Right? So that I would suggest you please do that. And if you really look at work paper management, audit program, audit programs are also crazy, I'm telling you. You go to ChatGPT and say, I want to audit this particular bank, and it tell me I want to do a 3CD audit, and give me a work program which my first year audit clerk can very well understand with illustrations. In no time, you have a detailed audit program before you. Your clients are constantly calling you for advance tax during season, yeah? They ask you, the typical questions that come through. Now, don't you think those are very simple automation jobs? You put all your ITRs and your statement of total income into one folder and do what in technical terms we call as a RAG, retrieval augmentation service. What you typically do is you are restricting that LLM engine not to go outside but only look within your organization. So that way what will happen is you can ask any, for example, the client says, typically a client calling for, a proprietor client calling for advance tax. What will he ask? Sir, pona tax cut no, sir. It's a retrieval job, isn't it? So you simply give the LLM, it will do a fantastic job. And it will tell you, okay, this is this guy, this PAN number, this is what he paid. And what's the next question? You ask for inputs, current year, give that to the ChatGPT, say take the previous year balance sheet, profit and loss account, tell me what is going to be the differential. It will do that fantastically for you, give you a provisional SOTI. It works very well. Of course, you need to keep training that because this is working internal to your organization. It's slightly complicated, but with little bit of understanding, you know whom to ask, right? Whom to ask? If you don't know anything, whom to ask? ChatGPT. You ask ChatGPT. You get stuck. ChatGPT told you to do a particular way. You do all that and the screen comes, you get stuck. Now what to do? Take the screenshot, put it to ChatGPT, enna pannu. It will give you the next steps, right? So it's a no-brainer, I am telling you. You just simply start. The first step, as who said that, is the start to the 1,000 miles of whatever. So what we are saying is, you take that first step, you will find it is absolutely not so scary. It is absolutely not so mind-boggling and complicated. It is easy, right? Firm administration, compliances, knowledge management, as I said, we have lots and lots of tools. Lot of examples of automation, I don't want to go into that, but simple tools you can write. For example, Excel macros. You don't know how to write an Excel macro. What to do? Ask ChatGPT. I am this and give me a macro which I can use. It will give you an excellent VBA code. Then you don't know what to do with the VBA code. Then you say, I don't know what to do with VBA. You'll say, go to this, open this in Excel. Then you put this code there. It will be stored. You have the macro running. At least run you have to press. Right? So if you see all these tooling combinations you have, once you get adept at the VB coding, next obvious step is get on to understanding Python, how it works. It can be a boon to many of us. Because Python is the most simplest amongst the languages. And if you read this, as chartered accountants, we are trained on professional skepticism. So you will ask how this damn thing works. You'll be able to find out how the logic works. There's no great deal. You will know where the problem is. Of course, you can ask ChatGPT. So environments like Colab are very, very beneficial in this, right? You can very much do that. And of course, for visualization and Gen AI, because everything today, how many times you have gone to SME client and made a presentation after your audit is over? We don't do that. Why not do it? Tell them, see, this is the areas where you can improve. Make a presentation. Now you don't know how to make a presentation. Take gamma.app. You simply take gamma.app and give, okay, this is my client and this is the inputs. I want to make a presentation. Within 5 minutes, you will get a beautiful presentation with images, everything done. How many of you using gamma? Please, you will find it such an asset, right? Of course, everything to some extent, we are a freebie country. So everything we think is lifetime should be free like Google. But you don't know Google takes away so many things from you without asking you. So better pay, you will be paying your article clerk, no? Now you don't have that budget is off. Put that into AI budget. You will see things work, right? Of course, we are looking at a market which is growing. I'm not again going to that, but anything with regard to document recognition today is so easy. Any image you can create. Today the biggest problem in forensics is fake bills because they use AI to create fake bills and they are so good. But ultimately it's a machine. It does commit a mistake. If you keenly look through that, you can find out. If you cannot find out using that invoice, copy that and put it back to ChatGPT, find out if it is a genuine invoice or AI generated invoice. It will tell you that. Because the pixels vary. Right? So, what are the popular Gen AI tools used for a chartered accountant? Number one, of course, the genre of Gen AIs, ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini AI Studio, Perplexity, Grok 4, DeepSeek, etc., etc. There are hundreds of them. But for God's sake, don't go on a whirlwind tour. Select one, work with that, achieve results. Then, of course, experiment with whatever you want. Right? Then RPA and workflow automation, you have tools like Microsoft Power Automate. Any of you using that? These are fantastic tools. I'm telling you, very easy to use. Or use Zapier. Zapier is much more easier. UiPath is a little more complicated for little high-end projects. But what I'm saying is, this can make a huge amount of difference to the way you look at things. The power that you'll suddenly find that you had and you thought you never had, right? And low-code platforms like, Google Apps Crate is my favorite. Anything and everything you can automate. Right? Just try that out and you will find that it's a breeze. Then you got, these are all vibe code platforms. These low code means vibe coding, right? There is no coding required. Replit, Glide, Zoho Creator, all these are similar examples. And if you are looking at statistical analysis or detail like transfer pricing, etc., or little more detailed number crunching with GST, etc., you know something, if you take all the GST returns filed over years and all the data, you can come up with insights of where the client should concentrate in which market. Excellent insights, predictive analytics, right? So you can do all that. So you have plenty of tools again around that which you can build. NIME is an excellent free tool, but it's a little complicated. But let me tell you one thing, NIME helps you to automate workflows like a breeze. If you don't know how to use NIME, what do? So you know the answers, right? Okay. And of course you have Power BI. How many of you using Power BI here? I'm sure. Please do. Power BI is very useful, very simple. Even if you don't have Power BI, you can use Copilot with Excel and bring out the same kind of results, which is very much possible. But okay, Copilot works very well within the Microsoft environment, right? Because it is integrated, it is safe with that. But yes, in compared to the capabilities, it's shade lesser as compared to many others, right? So there are also free tools like Metabase, Looker Studio, Grafana and all. You can try out all that. I mean, the idea is to get into intellectual research as a habit. And then you will find it's not at all very difficult to do this. So all this data analytics for financial forecasting, I'm sure if you want to understand more, go to Watson Analytics, right? You will get it there. Then SAP provides real-time AI reporting today. The latest version of Tally is going to have AI, right? And then you have cost management and optimization using people analytics, Google Analytics. Then you have dynamic pricing, which is a very important subject. You can use Amazon, WorldMart. They got ready-made algorithms for that. Then revenue and profitability analysis. Tesla has done a significant amount of job on that. Then, of course, your compliance and fraud detection learn from banks, the way they are doing. How do you get, the moment you go to an international site and start making a payment, do you get a call immediately? How does it happen? So there is some way machine learning which is working there and trying to call you up and say, is it really yes or no? You press 1 for yes, 2 yes, whatever. So at least it saves you from any wrong transactions made. Then benchmarking, performance management, accounting standard compliance using Python scripts, very, very popular. Then scenario analysis and risk management using RSI. Archer, anybody using Archer? Archer is an elephant. Only few organizations might have it, but we have better tools here now. Okay. But then, as I said, when the horoscope looks too good before you get married, you know when you start getting revelations, yes? So always make sure you see the downsides and the upsides of everything that you know, but you have to understand that there is no remedy for certain downside now. You have to only make sure where to use, where not to use. Any mission critical applications, for God's sake, neither you or your client should use AI. We are still in very early stages of understanding AI. Even the ones who innovated around this, they don't know how it works. And it is getting more complicated by the day. And it is more unpredictable by the day as well. Air Canada, they launched a chatbot, customer chatbot, which will talk to the customers, will tell them the status of their booking. So a customer asked, will I be eligible for refund on this particular ticket? Yes, your refund is ready. That's what the chatbot said. This lady went to claim that. They said, which refund? Your chatbot said, we don't know who is the chatbot. Ultimately, it went to the court, and the court ruled that Air Canada had to bear all the damages because the chat bot went berserk, hallucination. It started hallucinating. I'm sure you have seen with ChatGPT, sometimes it goes bonkers, isn't it? You are asking about accounting standard, it will tell you the weather of the climate is like this, so the blah, 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 some nonsense. I'm not saying so wide, but then somewhere like that. It will give you all stupid answers. So the problem comes is, do I trust this now? When the client is trusting us as a chartered accountant in certifying, that amount of probability error is okay. So to that extent, you can also trust the tools. Another big problem is inconsistency and lack of reliability. First time, it gives you a fantastic answer. After 2 days, you again repeat the same question, some different answer comes. Happens? You and your friend giving the same prompt will not get the same replies. Yes or no? And that's because of the very nature of LLMs, right? But at the same time, you will find that the crux of the matter may not change. But at the same time, you are going for an appeal and you want to quickly check on a particular issue, and you are going and asking the ChatGPT to give you a little more on that or rework on this entire thing. It will completely come with a new format. So these are things you must understand how to restrict, and that comes by training the tool on what you are doing. Then security and privacy issues, big, very important. Never ever put your client identifier or any details on any of these LLM engines. Let us please understand, none of these LLM engines are domiciled out of India. Even if they are, it is very hard to find out how they use your data. There is no certification today which independently certifies like a SOC 2 to say, oh, this is safe. Because even Sam Altman doesn't know how it works. So that is where we stand today. So you have to be very careful to first start with non-mission critical applications or something which is not very sensitive. If you want to handle sensitive items, have your own internal SLM, small language model. That way what happens, you are restricting your risk completely, but of course you will have the problem of not getting all the knowledge bases out there. It's okay. Because you want very little. The LLM You cannot create a LLM overnight. It's a huge task. But you can create an SLM, and that's what is required for us. We only want accounting, taxation related knowledge, which is fair. We can do that. Right. Then bias, of course, it does that. In fact, there have been several cases of bias against women, against blacks, by various LLMs. And if you really look up the internet, you will find it. The most important last one is very important for us. You put everything to ChatGPT, you get it out. Tomorrow morning, the judge calls you and says, tell me, how do you come to this conclusion? I don't know, it is inside the LLM, sir. That won't work. So, explainability and accountability is a big letdown as of now in these LLMs. So, you have to be extremely cautious when you are using that to double check, and if you feel there is any error of doubt, don't use it. That's safer, especially if you are looking at a high liability item with regard to our practice. Right. So, bias, unreliable, irrelevant data set, algorithm bias, all these are very common nowadays. Right? Then you have unreliable evidence for audit that happens because of the way that the LLM works. They say it will take away fundamental accounting jobs, which is happening, of course. Not always reliable, may give irrelevant, stupid answers. Privacy issues, we talked about that. Stringent AI regulations are here. The DPDP Act is going to put a lot of pressure on organizations because you have to be extremely careful handling with any profiling of information, any private information, or even storing that as such. So that's again a big problem. And of course, let us please understand, none of these LLMs are very versatile while handling very complex situations. Transfer pricing itself, you have to go by bits and pieces. Always divide the job. Never put a complete project to ChatGPT and say, solve this for me. That won't work. Right. Then bad actors are using AI aggressively. The most prominent community that uses AI effectively is hackers. Right? Hackers are the one who use them very profitably. And they are always good at innovating and trying. We are not as such. That's a big problem. Right? So they win. AI accelerates attacks, which is already happening because AI thinks for you. And conversational AI is here. We have forgotten now even how to tap. We already forgotten how to write. Now tap and this is also gone. You tell your kid to write. They don't understand what you're trying to do with the kid. So when I have an iPad, what's the problem to write? So these are getting into cultural issues as we go by. Now how to get better started with the AI transformation journey? Arise, because this is one thing I picked up from Udupi branch, I must say. They had this theme for the conference, but it had made a lot of sense, especially for AI. So one starts with mindset transformation that, oh, I cannot do technology. Even if you have never done technology till now, you can do it using Gen AI. Because it doesn't demand anything more than asking, right? Then drop your obsession for traditional routine compliance, because we are all tuned sometimes to say, this is the way I have always made it happen. You have made it happen, that's okay. You don't have to keep on making it happen that way. There are better ways of doing things, right? So that is something you have to get on. Vow to automate. Generally what happens is you attend sessions like this, after that, that won't work. Tomorrow morning, get a very simple strategy to say, one automation I'll do within the next 3 months. Let it be the most simplest of the automations. And of course, for God's sake, don't go tomorrow morning and say, I'm going to change this planet. Suicide straight away. Right? Don't do all that. In your firm, don't say, I'll have a master plan for AI. Never has it worked anywhere. Start with small wins where you know you have absolute pain points, especially with regard to repetitive computations or repetitive data handling. You will find you will have a win, you will cherish that win and be able to move forward. Right? So digitize or perish, it's only a question of time, I'm telling you. The quantum is not far away, as they say. Earlier it was supposed to be 20 years away. Now they are saying 5 years away. God knows whatever happens. Once the quantum comes, we are in for real problems. Problems which we thought we have already plugged in, we are going to open up a whole lot of problems there. The first of the industry is going to suffer like anything is the banking industry. So it is important that we understand that quantum will superpower AI, because an average, to take a very rough anecdote, is your PC today would be 2000 times faster in a quantum. So you can imagine what is the speed of processing we are looking at and the rate of decision making. By the time you think the decision is already made, done, executed. Imagine autonomous car or a drone taxi. It turns right instead of left. You had it. right? So we are looking at all that. So dedicate, I will learn AI and explore newer opportunities. That's a way to start. Relearn, gain expertise from diverse domains. Very important if you are getting into AI, strengthen your existing domain knowledge. Many think, oh, we are moving and no, it is a tool. You have to look at chartered accountants using AI. We are not talking about chartered accountants becoming AI. That's not what we want to do, and we can never do that. So start with simply gaining more expertise. Identify problem areas. Learn about all the tools available. You don't go and learn, first say this is screwdriver, this is hammer, and then say I want to use this hammer somewhere. You may not need a hammer for the problem that you have in your firm. You may just need a screwdriver. So first start with problem definition or need definition. That's a good way to start. Advanced prompting is very important. You have to learn. The chat GPTs that we now use are all, time pass. But once you start getting into advanced prompting, looking at how to really write the prompt, because there are a lot of rules to write the prompts, how the system will respond. So you need to learn all that. And then advanced data analytics is a very promising area. Anywhere and anywhere you find any opportunities, clinch on to that, you'll be able to find an answer. And today, huge opportunities with privacy, IS audit, cyber security audit. So reinvent yourself, start with dedicated automation of your office routines. That's the easiest way to start, right? 2, innovate your RAG model for routine client responses. I'm telling you, it will be very simple and useful. You'll find it. Think of client beyond compliance, very important. I think that's my understanding, I would think, if you have to make your firm smart today. So next steps, of course, I would suggest that if you're not already take up the AICA course. If you've already done it, please go back and revise it and see, brush off all the dust and see you start working on some projects. The AICS course is not simply CPA certificate, it's a skill. If you don't practice skill, it will not happen, right? Then get ideas from hackathons. Encourage innovative thinking in your firm. Ask all the kids to participate, but also tell them the downside. So you're putting trust in them. If you tell them don't do, what will they do? They will do. And they will do in the most nastiest manner. Then you can't prevent anything, right? So don't do that. Then educate teams on AI risks, very important. Educate clients on AI risk. Identify low-hanging fruits and quick wins. Never do a big bang, as I already told you. Test thoroughly. Trusting a particular model which you have built within your firm takes time. Don't think, oh, it is ready tomorrow morning. It will be ready tomorrow morning. But it is like a kid learning. You have to keep on telling the kid, keep on correcting what it is thinking. And that is the way it grows, right? So build a small team within your organization. Howsoever small, maybe 2-member, 1-member team also will work. And ensure that you meet often. Not over samosa and coffee, but make sure you're discussing AI and at least one step you take further on that. Allocate budgets. Nothing comes free. Perils come free. So don't think that, oh, everything is free. It can never be all free. Once you have identified this is the tool for me, invest in it. How much you would lose? Maximum, a couple of months' salary of article clerk. Treat it as an investment. Treat it as an innovation disaster. That's fine. So we'll not get into too much of this, but you are getting into agentic and a whole lot of things in the future, as Gartner says. Agentic is another big scare as they are making out to be, because it can do end-to-end, but I would think it's still a little far away as far as our profession is concerned. So we have time to catch up. But the problem will be that if you really look all around us, take stock of this, your clients, ask this question, how much of ChatGPT you are using, where you are using WhatsApp, where you are using, etc. Simple things. You will get surprises. Some of the kid there could be doing a brilliant job somewhere. Catch hold of that guy, learn from them, help them. You come with your perspective, it will help the client, right? That's where I think we can grow. Of course, all these technologies are going to create newer and newer opportunities. Let us please understand one thing. Every technology has a good side and a not so good side. And whenever you have not so good sides, you need chartered accountants. Yes or no? Right. So that's where I think, thank you so much. I finished with this session. We can take some questions and then we can move on to the next session.
Yeah, and DPIs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I have 10 minutes of questions? Any questions so far? Does it make sense? No questions? Using ICI data.
Use of ICI resource.
practice.
No, ICA is CA-GPT, no?
Yeah, CAGPT.
No, how can it be violation of practice?
Yeah, within my custom GPT, I use the data input sources.
No, that's what I
ICA.
said. That's what I'm saying. Irrespective of whichever GPT it is, don't put your client identifiers. What identifies your client, remove that. Either use paint in a PDF file or whatever, you can very easily remove that. Once you remove that, you can safely use it there because it will not, see, there is still no proof whether the private data is being used or not, or whether it is not being used. They claim it is not used, but we don't have a certification around that. So why take the risk? So the point is, don't put this data there, which identifies your client. You can still use that. Take off a GST number, PAN number, whatever data, that can be identifies. You can still use that. Okay?
You are telling about SLM. If I have a cloud space, say about Microsoft 365, if I store all these things in Microsoft 365, will it be available for other LLMs also?
Very good question. See, it is like putting your child in a crutch. Is it risky? Yes, it is risky. Is it advantageous? Yes, it is advantageous. Right? But you have to understand your kid will catch cold from some other kid. Right? So once you are setting this there, ideally speaking, most of today's big tech clouds come with adequate safeguards. I am making a very cautioned statement, but at the same time, there have been a lot of surprises. For example, recently, this Replit which we just saw, it is a vibe coding platform. It erased a complete code set of one of the clients. Now that's unpredictable. Imagine you have worked on an entire audit. All your work papers are there since last 3 months and suddenly you find it's not there, folder missing. You'll get a heart attack. So what I am saying is, these are like walking on the road. Will a car hit me? What is the probability? What is the probability? A car will hit you or a vehicle will hit you? You still want to say, okay, tell me where are you walking? If you are walking in the middle of the road, it will hit you. Isn't it? If you are walking on the platform, following all the rules, your probability of getting hit. Similarly, when you are using this, you must first decide what not to put on the cloud. Starting point is very important. If you are going to put that on the cloud, you have to understand that you are willing to take that risk. Always make sure you retain a copy of things on your local machine. I am not saying that, all these clouds are bad. No. There have been a lot of instances of cloud, but they are not too many. There may be 1%, right? But otherwise, they are pretty reliable. But what I am saying is that things are changing. Even they don't know how an AI which is deployed on a cloud will work. It's quite possible something goes wrong. So it would be better to be safe. So I would think that when you are using your SLM, putting your SLM there is not a problem at all. What kind of data you are going to train it is the question. It is very sensitive data, obviously you might have trouble. But I am not saying it will go and mix with other LLM boys and start playing. No, it will not do that. Because everything has its own container. Unless you have not properly configured the security of your container, it will work. Makes sense? Okay. Anybody else? Maybe too exhausting? Yes, sir.
Learning Python. Do we really need to do that? Because it is not my domain. Even vibe coding for that matter, because I don't understand what the code structure is and what the architecture I have to use. I'm not going to know that, even if it gives me something. So my question is, should I restrict my usage to my domain and leave it to the expert there, or should we venture into this?
Using the services of an expert, auditing standard? Yes. When you are doing gold loan audit in a bank, and you say, this is not my area, I don't need to know anything about it. Is that true? So you have to at least know, if it is stones, it has a depreciation value. If it is this kind of copper mixing, it has a depreciation value. You don't know how to determine how much copper. That you have an expert. Right? Similarly, the principles and the inputs that are going to impact on the decision that you are using this service has to be known to you. You cannot simply take up an audit. Tomorrow morning, NSC asks you to do a rolling settlement audit. You don't know ABC of rolling settlement. Will you take up the audit? That is code of ethics. You can't take up that audit unless we have competence. So what I am saying is, like a gold loan in a bank, you depend on the services of an expert, the appraiser, who gives you that this is the quality of gold and this is the value it could possibly fetch. Then you have to apply your mind to see whether the appraiser has attended to all the critical components that he is supposed to refer to you, and then use that particular data to determine whether the security value is appropriate or not. Is that the way to go about? Similarly, this, you don't know what code is being developed by his vibe coding machines. Let us say it has introduced a rogue element somewhere inside. Don't you think you should know about it?
What I'm trying to say is that I will not understand that with the limited knowledge. Okay. See,
I'll tell you what. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, you will not understand, I know that. There are two ways of doing that. One, first, when you want to simply check on things, whether the code is written properly, you can always put it to another Google or any other platform and say, tell me if this code is properly written or not. Do you find a suspicious element or not? But what I'm only saying is, there is a way, a structure in which the code is written. I'm not saying you should know programming. And if you read Python code, you will find that it's almost plain English, almost. The important thing for you to understand the flow. How does the flow go with regard to the software's, the way it goes about. So that much if you know, you have a double assurance to say, I have consciously checked the black box. Because we have been constantly saying about explainability. If you are unable to explain how a particular information was arrived at and you are quoting that in your audit report, it is our responsibility to explain that, because we should know how the process worked on it. So it depends upon which context that you are working on and how much to know. I am only saying that it will add to your good sense and the human in the loop to say that, yes, I know what it is doing. You get my point? Yeah. Answers your question?
But still, I have some.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, please go ahead.
Even today,
Yeah.
when we do an audit of an IT infrastructure,
Yeah.
okay, I will review the architecture, I will review the documentation.
Correct.
But I'm not going to review the code as
Correct.
such.
Correct.
So do I need to do that? Still,
No,
I can
that's what
do
I'm
with
saying.
the documentation.
Why are you doing architecture review?
No, that's what I'm saying.
No, what I'm saying is, when you're doing that, see, that's also technology, right?
Yes.
Why do you want to get into that? Because you like it.
No, it is not.
No, I'm just asking.
No, it is
I'm just
not
trying
my
to
liking.
asking that why is it that you want to look at architecture but not coding?
Yeah. The basic thing is how it performs and what does the software does. I need to understand what the.
Okay. Where is the business logic ingrained? Architecture or software logic?
It is in the domain. It is in the domain in the architecture.
It is in the coding architecture.
Domain, yes.
It is in the code.
Yes.
The domain exists in the code.
Domain exists
The
in the
logic is in the code.
The logic
right?
is in the
So that's the reason you should be more interested there. Application controls when you are doing an IFC audit. Are we required to take a look at SDLC or not? That's institute guidance. Na solla.
Yes.
Why do they want you to look at SDLC if there is nothing related to our profession?
Okay.
The PCAOB standard talks about comprehensive understanding of 5 domains: security management, SDLC architecture, BCM, application control. So everything comes as part of that. So why is it recommending all that when I am a chartered accountant? And that's for auditors. So today, let's please understand the impact of technology's performance on whatever you are signing has a significant impact, because there is a linkage somewhere involved in that. And that depends upon whether a material misstatement can occur because of a particular routine or not. For example, stock valuation. Stock valuation, a client tells you, boss, it's all internal, engalukku ennane theriyadu. What will you do as a minimum? You don't understand code, you don't understand anything. Minimum enna pannuvenga? Black box approach. You will take the input that goes into the software,
Process
you will
and
apply what is supposed to be the algorithm or the
Process.
logic, and you will check whether those outputs are matching or not. Simple black box approach. I am saying, when you start looking at architecture, etc., you, for example, this room is there, we want to secure this room. There are 15 gates to this room. Can you secure?
No.
So what will be the first thing, very common sense point of view, appa 15 la 14 close pannunga. That should be the one gate. Then you put a guard there, firewall. Then you tell the guard what to do. Suppose he stops everybody from coming in. Conference nadakade, na mattum pesinirpen. So the point is, these are elements which involve internal controls embedded right across and which impact whether there is a material misstatement or not. Therefore, I am required to look at it. Make sense?
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I know you are not properly satisfied. We can talk about it over tea. Yeah. நான் என்ன சொல்கிறேன்னா, it is not that tomorrow morning you go and start Python. No. That's what I want you to do at all. Start with vibe coding. அது இன்னும் ஜென்ரேட் பண்ணி கொடுக்கும் இல்லையா? Just have a look at it. See, generally what we do is, when we use ChatGPT for work, we give the response, we give the prompt, we get a response, அப்படியே Control-C Control-V போட்டு அப்படியே அடிச்சிட வேண்டியது, அவ்வளோதான். என்ன எழுதிருக்குன்னே பார்க்கல. It is your statement as an auditor, right? You are using a tool. Don't you think you are responsible for it? That is where responsible and accountable AI starts coming in. It makes sense? இல்லை, அது நீங்கள் ஏஐசிஏ கோர்ஸ் அட்டன் பண்ணால் எல்லாம் எப்படி பண்ணணும்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. அது இந்த கிளாஸில் முடியாது நம்மளுக்கு. ஓகே, ஆர் வி டன்?
Sir, I have a very fundamental question.
Raise your hand. Yeah, yes, sir.
I'm a CA from industry, like I'm working for US tax compliance. Like, see, now we are starting using the AI for even fundamental things, like even drafting emails and stuff.
கொஞ்சம் இப்படி வச்சுக்கோங்க, சரி, எக்கோ அது.
We are using AI even for the fundamental tasks like writing communications, like drafting and all that. So, like, I am kind of inclined to use it because it gives a better write-up or a more detailed write-up even for communication. So, what I'm feared is that, like, are we using it responsibly or not? Because we are losing our own skills. Like maybe I'm better in drafting my own way, but when I start using it, slowly my own drafting skills will go down, where I won't be like, it's like nama moola mangudungra mari I'm starting feeling like maybe I'm getting lazy or I'm not using it responsibly.
No, that's going to happen. Let's be clear. That's why I said we are forgetting to even tap and tick.
Yeah. So my question is like, what is the remedy to keep the human intelligence intact, not losing it to the AI?
When I started my articles, day one, Suryan company is where I started. I went there, I was made to sit on a particular table with all other colleagues there. I was given 2 telephone directories. How many of you have been through this? Telephone directory கொடுத்துட்டு என்ன பண்ணாங்கன்னா, அது வந்து நம்பர்ஸ் கொடுத்தாங்க. இந்த பேஜில் டோட்டல் பண்ணி கொடுக்கணும். First of all, many of you in this hall will not even know what is a telephone directory. And you will not even know what is a rotary telephone. Right? அந்த காலத்தில் my kid will come and ask, இது வந்து இப்படி சுற்றினா அது எப்படி நம்பர் போகுமா? So, we are coming from that generation. I am sure earlier generation had their own stories. But let's please understand, do you and me have any amount of math skills today? When we started 10 years back, till 10 years back, maths was in the foundation syllabus. We don't have maths now. We don't have statistics now. Maths and statistics rule this universe. All these big tech, all these LLMs are nothing but maths and statistics. We have lost complete connection with that. Now you are asking me, Siri, if I will lose this also. Yes, we are going to lose that. I mean, let's look at it. Today, kids don't have the patience if you ask them how much is 48 plus 52. They'll immediately take up the phone and say 48 plus 2, time waste பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க கேட்பாங்க. So we are losing those skills. And that is where, if you see the cry world over is, we are going to get into very deep depression once this agenting and all takes over. Everything machines do. What do I have to do then? That's the reason, if you see the world, the Economic Forum report also talks about creativity and imagination as the key requirement of being there in the future. Because all your routine, see, what are we doing? You take a BPO, morning the guy comes, he is handling, let's say AP processing. Enna velanga? Kathala vanda, you take all those invoices, you process a payment for them and send it out. You have a statistic at the end of the day, today achieve 280, 10 more than last day. What's the fun? How much part of the brain is getting used? So, that's what I said, the habits, somewhere I had in between said, we are obsessed that this is the way I would like to do. I've been always doing this way, இப்படி தான் பண்ணுவேன் நான். அப்போ ஈஸ்வர ரிஷது தான், ஒன்றும் பண்ண முடியாது. So the point is, we will lose those skills, sir. We will be less humans, quite possibly. We don't know. You know, I think the impact of what YouTube is doing to kids psychometrically, right? That's happening. You can't help it. I said kids don't eat. I'm telling you, the mother finds it very easy to immediately show that YouTube cartoon kamcha udane saattu. This is a problem within our, now ingrained in our DNA, coming from us only. Anyway, we'll get into a lot of other issues.
Sir,
done?
What is your opinion on AI boom or bubble?
Sir, அவங்க யார் கண்டுபிடிச்சாலும் அவங்களுக்கே தெரியாது. நீ எங்கிட்ட கேட்குற? No, I'll tell you what, sir. .com was a boom or bubble? It was a boom, but it became a bubble, yes or no? Then sense prevailed, then people started understanding, oh, idukku dhaan work agum, idukku work agadu. I think we will get over the same tide in AI also. No, I'm telling you it is a bubble because we hype it a lot. I mean, we all here talk about AI. How many of you have done actual work on AI? Pannaliye. Then only we can say this is a bubble or not. If you clearly see a merit in using a particular technology, you know, I know that it works. But we have to reach that level. Yeah, obviously. See, organizations will also think twice, but as of now, there is blind investments going on. Okay. Shall we close? Go to the next session. I am now the firewall between you and your lunch. I will quickly finish it off, right? Because it's a very kind of generic topic.
So the topic is about AI and DPI mission, responsible AI ethics and policy outlook.
Yeah. So I think you know what is happening here. And this find it in every village today. Village kids are far, far more adapted to mobile banking, QR banking than us. Yes or no? Yeah, that's something very, very encouraging, right? So if you really look at it, how did this happen? If you remember pre-pandemic, Digital India was an absolute failure. It was not even taking out 10%. Thanks to pandemic, I am sure the elders in our homes, everybody got glued on to mobile banking. They never trusted mobile banking before, yes? But today they say, no, edukku bank pono? Bank is in your pocket. No, that's what the bank tells you, right? So if you really look at this, no doubt, the very profile of how we do banking, how we do shopping, everything is changing. I was surprised. In Kumbakonam, there is one provider of like your Flipkart and Amazon, no? There is a very small level operator there doing brilliant job. I said, this is entrepreneurship, no doubt about it. He's doing a fantastic job. He started just recently, Pondicherry and Kumbakonam, that's all, no other places. But the guy does a brilliant job, and there is a genuine different kind of problem in those terrains. A logistical issue, the habits of people, what they order and what they don't order. Very different. But what is happening is they are able to change the culture to a great extent. Right? Now, how many of you heard about this Viksit Bharat 2047? 5 trillion economy, right? So 1 trillion is supposed to be contributed by AI. That's what government estimates, right? So you can imagine, obviously government is serious about it, and how does it happen? It is going to happen with the combination of what is called as digital public infrastructure and India AI mission. How many of you have heard about India AI mission? Please go to Google it. It is a 10,300 crore project from the government of India. They have already invested in 34,000 GPUs. GPUs is one of the central thing for processing of more and more of computational power, especially the LLMs they use a lot, right? So it is intelligent governance is what you are looking at, which will involve one, predictable government or citizen service delivery. Number 2, dynamic resource allocation. And number 3, evidence-driven policy design. See, these are very important for any public sector, the tool in the public space, right? Now, so India's digital story, if you see, we had got numbers like, can't match, nobody can match the numbers across the globe. You have 860 million users. And if you really see, how many of you have used this app called Meesho? Meesho app, yeah? Do you see there is an effective price difference between the two? They are very simple to operate. Have you seen all that? And the kind of products that the middle class loves, they have that. Right? So they have their market very clearly defined. You can imagine how many of the housewives they have converted from non-digital users to digital users. Just because the saree costs 200 rupees lesser here. Imagine the impetus behind learning AI or whatever, right? So we are looking at a lot of different things which power our country, right? Then a very strong growth, social media today, if you really look at it, I mean, we are all not even using that so well. I still remember during the pandemic, I read this story. Bhavani, Bhavani blanket is very popular. Anybody from Bhavani side? No? Blanket is very popular, right? So the entire industry was dying. Few smart kids, because they had nothing else to do during pandemic, they got together and created a marketing campaign using WhatsApp and identifying prospects from North India to market Bhavani Jamakalam, which they never had thought before. Their beauty was, the word got around and they received an order from a church for a designer blanket of this some phenomenal size. This was a breakthrough during the pandemic. All because somebody took the very simple initiative of exploring WhatsApp and internet to reach out their message. Very simple. So what I am saying is, if you really look at, especially our country, we got brilliant examples of how this is effectively used as such. Then digital, I don't need to tell you about UPI. Every month it is setting a new level, right? So if you really look at it, I mean, let us look at what it has done to payments. How many of us carry cash? If at all, we may be having a 500 or 1000 max, right? You are supposed to be rich, cash rich. Otherwise, everything and anything, GP, right? GPay or whatever. So that's the cultural revolution that this government has brought about. I must tell you, it is phenomenal. I don't think any country has this kind. In fact, Kenya was our mentor in a way. Kenya started with their project wherein they used the same kind of phenomenon wherein they connected to the mobile, the banking, and did success with that. It was so popular that it pushed up the entire GDP of Kenya. Now, UPI is doing that. And we have started now UPI for business, which is certainly going to be somewhere. The beauty today is, if you remember Karnataka, many of the shopkeepers, they said boycott, but it didn't work. Because there is a lot of intelligence behind this program. Because the customer will say, I don't have cash. You want business? Give. So what happened was, once you get into UPI, what is the next agency that comes behind you? GST. So once everything is there, appa, evada turnover, right? So you know that case of one Pani Puri wala somewhere in Surat, right? His turnover, annual turnover was 70 lakhs. Yes, he has been merrily going on with clicking QR code. Pata, notice. He said, what the hell have I got into? Once you're getting into the trap, there is no coming out. Right? And from GST, what happens next? Income tax department. Right? So if you see, it is a very, very, if I can use the word, cunningly crafted architecture there. You cannot get out of it so soon. Right? Then look at 5G rollout still happening in a way, because we are now targeting 6G because 5G PH. So, but if you look at 5G, 6G, there are phenomenal amount of research going on to the government. They don't want to miss the bus this time. 5G, we missed the bus badly. So what is going to happen is, application-driven bandwidth is what is going to take over. We are going to see phenomenal amount of encouraging more and more usage of different applications that will work for business. So that is going to happen. And already if we see 24-25 statistics, close to about 14% or 13% is contributing to GDP in terms of the digital economy, which is fueled by AI, cloud, digital transformation. And if you see the government initiative, the BharatNet, if you have been to the rural areas, have you anybody subscribed to RailNet? RailNet? Yeah, RailNet is very good. RailNet is very good. Do you have experience with the RailNet? RailNet broadband is very good and it's offered at very cheap prices. Right? So we are capable of giving all this. I am sure a DigiLocker, That's a boon, right? And this Umang program of giving various digital services, there is more citizen services. Then you have AI, Gen AI, automation, cloud. All of them are now key drivers for the entire economy. You please read the NASSCOM report there. It has got plenty of insights on this. So if you really look at what is this Indian digital public infrastructure, very simple. See, so much of transaction is happening because of all this, right? Somewhere we need a handle to find out who did it, accountability. If you remember, when Aadhaar was pushed by this government, when it took over, everybody suspected this is not going to take off. There are a lot of errors. Aadhaar is no good system. But that was the only system we had. So the government pushed it left, right, center. Today, everything and anything is getting linked to Aadhaar. Almost everything, anything is getting linked to Aadhaar. So what happens is, it is a, one of the activist lobbies calls it as interferential surveillance or something, whatever. So they are trying that you snoop into the lives of the people, as if world over it doesn't take place anywhere. Every government has, if you go to Singapore, they have a Smart Nation 4.0 context. The entire program is implemented government. You and me, the moment you land in Singapore, you are tracked. You have a central card, wherever you travel, they know where you are traveling, how much time you are spending, everything the government, if they want to know, they can know. They have the data about you. And that's what keeps that particular small country as the safest in the world. Because everything is under surveillance. But you may talk, this is human rights violation. That will happen in our country, because you start putting up one system, somebody will try to break that system. The same thing applies within organizations. You put in more controls, I will demand convenience. I'll say you completely messed this up. Right. So the point really is that we need platforms which can seamlessly, securely, inclusive delivery of public services can be done for the population of our size. There is no experiment in the world of this size. Right. 2, it was modeled on inclusion as the first step, efficient services and innovation. All these 3 are actively happening. In fact, have you visited the site called data.gov.in? Oh, it's absolutely amazing, I'm telling you. Government doing such kind of work, superb. Right? Go to Startup India site, super programs. DST, Department of Science and Technology. I mean, when I started looking at some of the sites after a long time, I said, I have missed a lot. There's so much happening, and engagement at every level. I work with the IITs and on various other research projects. I'm telling you, there is so much of academia, societal, industry interaction that's happening now, which never used to happen earlier. And that's the strength of US. US works between academia and industry closely. That's the reason they have this kind of innovation and everything coming out of there. We'll soon have that. We already, if you see the startups, they are doing brilliant work. So the foundational digital rails for this DPI are, number 1, Aadhaar. You bring in accountability to every transaction. Number 1. Number 2, you have the UPI. You enable payments. You know the Jan Dhan scheme? Called a JAM, right? Jan Dhan scheme was Jan Dhan, Aadhaar and mobile, right? And that's what the entire economy is completely catapulted to, right? So that's what they are using UPI. And for document retrieval, all your significant documents, they're given you DigiLocker. Then for Abha, the government's health program, right? Then you have Diksha, which is for education to the masses. And you know what happened with COVID, right? I'm sure all of you used COVID during pandemic, yes? Overnight they made this software, and it was successful. How come? They were able to make it successful overnight. And I'm sure all of us experienced it was such a breeze using that software, right? If the government wants to, they can, right? And of course, there's an opposition that they have to handle. So designed to transform India into a digitally empowered society and knowledge economy. So this is where the targets are. What should happen ultimately is financial inclusion, government efficiency and economic growth. And it provides the basis for all the future of AI-powered public services, which is already, if you see Telangana, they are taking the lead now. They are doing wonderful work with this, in this space. And if you really look at the numbers, these are old numbers, but if you look at the common service centers, the e-seva centers or whatever, there are so many spread across the country, right? Then you have help from, of course, the mobile users has gone up. The Umang, that is a government mechanism of services, has gone up, the usage. UPI has gone up, Aadhaar gone up. You check all these latest figures in the net, this is mind-boggling if you really look at it. And optical fibers have been laid right across all railway lines in the country, right? So which means that we have got a second-tier optical fiber system, which is also waiting. So if you see what it has achieved, this has been the basis. Number one, Aadhaar and direct benefit transfer. I think you know how much of furor was there on DBT. But they had done it today, right? Then payments and subsidies, then health records. If you really look at this, all of them, various systems have been rolled out. Aadhaar, DBS system, your DBT system, then your UPI, Bharat Bill Payment System, BBPS, right? Then you have Ayushman Bharat, health record system. They have brought in every of these, each of the components which are pivotal or mission mode status for the economy. And that's a very good thing that has quietly been going on with the government. So financial inclusion, eKYC based banking is already happening, right? Banks are run behind us for KYC, right? Digital pensions and subsidies, very easy to now get, easier access to loans, credit, on the fly processing. Then fast paperless service delivery, all this we have been seeing, like PAN linked, Aadhaar linking, e-line, online verifications. It is boosting GDP, obviously. If you look at UPI itself, look at the volumes, it is going to direct impact on the economy. Right, citizen and MSME empowerment, right, vendor, small business. In fact, if you look at Udyog Aadhaar, it is doing miracles. And ONDC, even though it's not picked up well, but it's a brilliant concept, right? ONDC is making a lot of, it is bringing the entire benefits of Q-commerce and e-commerce at the doorsteps of MSMEs, especially the micro enterprises, right? So, of course, it's a global, everybody is copying this model today. That's what is happening ultimately. So, Digital India, it started with the Niti Aayog bringing in its document in 2018. AI strategy for India. And it's a beautiful document. I will urge you to please download the document and read it. Very professionally prepared. In the context of India, no kind of nonsense there, right? So what the idea is to shift from access to intelligence in public services, not mere access. You're looking at intelligent public services, right? 2, DPIL becomes a substantum for obviously all AI driven because Aadhaar is the basis. It really is the Aadhaar, right? Then AI as an invisible infrastructure across citizens' journeys. Then looking at building in the risk intelligence because you are looking at a nation which can be, lot of threats from various other countries. Then we have the India AI mission, which I told you is a 10,300 crore project because you have strategic and large scale mission to harnessing IS for national development and global competitiveness. That's happening in a very big way. I would suggest you go to data.geo.in and various other sites. They got a lot of data dimensions available which you can download and use. Right? You can use those dimensions. There are a lot of access available to academics. Academia uses it a lot. Then focus on building robust foundational capabilities, of course, AI benefits for all the society, etc. Then if you see, look at GPUs, we started with 10,000, we are supposed to be at 34,000, which is what is going to be the basic infrastructure, which means every citizen in the country will have access to AI if they want to get into AI, right? Then data and models, India has set up its own India AI data sets platform. Again, very interesting to look at it. If you really look at the kind of reports that are available here are phenomenal, right? Then innovation, India Innovation Center, which is helping everybody to, pan up. If you see, NASSCOM does a very important job around this space as well. Then, of course, startups, needless to say, and responsible, social, impactful AI is what they are looking at. So I'll just skip some of this because I know, we have our own LLM now. This is the Bharat Gen. And you have the Sarvam, which is prepared by one of the Bangalore companies, which is also very effectively being used. And then there's Everest 1.0 again from a startup. But all these are powering. Have you heard about Bhashini? Bhashini is doing wonders because the kind of seamless real-time translation it does is phenomenal. And that is kind of powering a lot of things because language is the biggest barrier in this country. And thanks to NLP, that has made it possible, right? Look at the risks. There are lots. Supreme Court, as I told you, the misuse of AI, they pointed out. Then airline chatbot, that's the case of, Canadian airline. Tesla is asked to pay so much for fatal autopilot crash. Imagine you buy an autopilot car, it doesn't listen to you, it says, no, I'm going to take you to your mother-in-law's place. What do? Right? Then digital arrest we have seen, my goodness. I'm sure at least one of us in our circle has been a victim. And the kind of trauma it caused, right? All using simple NLPs. The way that they posed to you and did all that. In fact, in the Dutch, because of the child benefits scandal, because of poor AI controls, the entire government was, asked to go. So you have digital arrest, deep fakes, fake investment companies, everybody trying to invite you to, I will tell you what shares will rise tomorrow morning. You get it daily, right? Then you have OTP bypasses are very common now. So OTP is no more a secure methodology. And you have designer emails which are according to you, your wills, your study of your social media. The AI automatically prepares the right kind of thing which you will fall for and makes you click on that link. So why this DPI to artificial intelligence alignment matters? Because obviously once AI starts rolling out, it is going to be phenomenal pace. You can't stop it. So it got to be absolutely robust like the rails of the railways that we have. So India's DPI already is at a national mission critical scale. Trust is the biggest problem with the AI project as such, because it is not just technology, it is the biggest problem that we are facing. Decisions today shape India's economic future. So that is where if you really look at our AI adoption is phenomenal. I mean, I was surprised. 93% of our employees across India use some kind of Gen AI. Amazing, isn't it? And 47% of businesses are using Gen AI. See, the good thing is the initiative to start using. That's where it is. It's great. So if you see Bhashini, as I said, a farmer in rural Tamil Nadu can speak to a bot in the local dialect through the PM Kisan subsidy status. He can do whatever, right? Then you have anticipatory healthcare. If you see the DPDP Act, it provides that you shall provide all the languages in the third schedule for answering grievances or helping the client. Huge, right? I don't know how you are going to do in your organizations. Okay. Then anticipatory healthcare, which is this ABHA, we have Ayushman Bharat, which again, the entire platform contains all your health records. In fact, in US, if you see the HIPAA and high-tech, that's what they do. We are now building on those lines, especially on the government side. We are going to have a huge medical record system, but imagine the benefit of the research on human health in India. It is going to be phenomenal. It is going to be phenomenal, right? Then of course we have AgriStack, which I was just talking to you about, personalized crop insurance or whatever, all that is happening. So the trust collapse, where does it come? Number one, there is consent fatigue, because you keep on ticking on that I agree terms. Have you ever read it? If you read it, you will not use it, isn't it? Because always heads I win, tails you lose. That's how the conditions are. Your friend is waiting on the other side. Subscribe panniya. Finish. After that, you don't even think about it. So consent fatigue and dark patterns. The dark patterns are typically those parts wherein they camouflage all this and they get your, I can do surveillance on you. You will not even know where the clause is, right? Then surveillance and function creep is also happening right across. Private misuse of public rails is what the Aadhaar was leaked, a whole lot of things that happened. Then state outreach risks, because once they reach out to that, much of data also goes through the supply chain, right? And once the trust erodes, your adoption collapses. That's where the problem is. So examples, if you really look at it, the loan apps, they keep on pushing a notification. They kind of get your consent to dabble with your data and do whatever. That's where we have DPDP coming in as a guardrail, right? Then function creep, like using an employee's biometric for surveillance or some other purposes. That's where your AI ethical framework has been rolled out by MeitY. Right? Then you have synthetic frauds, which are again, part of the eKYC fraud, the SIM swap frauds, and a whole lot of things. So you have the AI Safety Institute, which has, you have the CERTIN also, which actively does a lot of job on that. Then you have the digital divide because of the language. So you have Bhashini and Future Skills Prime. I would suggest that if you want to do a course in Python, I'm not suggesting you must do. I'm saying you can go to swayam.in, which is an IIT run platform, or Future Skills, which is run by NASSCOM, or any of those with regard to Coursera or EduFact or some of those platforms are there. They are all free, right? And if you see many of them, you have Stanford, Harvard run programs. You can choose the one that you want. It is just for your knowledge updation, so which you can use, and many of them, I tell you will find extremely useful. So the most important thing as chartered accountants we have to contribute is how do we encourage and ensure that there is responsible AI? Because as we have seen, the entire country could be at risk if we don't protect our AI systems, right? So number one, we have lawful, which is the DPDP compliance that it brings in, then fair and non-discriminatory. It should be explainable and transparent to everybody, right? And it should be safe and robust, accountable with very clear ownership, and privacy preserving design should be as part of the very system that is there. So why it is non-negotiable? Very simple, because errors can scale fast. Obviously, when you imagine a quantum coming into play and an error in an AI algorithm, it will just double it up and many people will be affected, right? Sometimes it may take lives, right? So that is where you have to be very careful. Then black boxes undermine due process. This is where our roles comes. When you are doing a public sector audit or audit of one of these enterprises, or even your organization which is, serving a public sector, you will be extremely careful as to how it answers responsibilities under responsible AI. Then bias becomes systemic injustice. That's where the home problem is. Because it becomes something taken for granted by the system. The liability and reputational risk are existential. And then ethics is becoming a market expectation, not a choice. Because today, fortunately, New India is gearing up to the fact that it is my private data. They understand that, right? So the global opportunity is there for India as such, because we don't have such kind of architecture anywhere in the world. So we have the world's largest AI testbed on DPI rails, which is what provides both accountability and innovation with service efficiency. Then standard setting for AI for the public good. Then a trusted exporter of AI DPI governance. Already, if you see, UPI has been signed up by so many 7 or 8 countries, right? So they are doing that. Then voice of global south in the AI policy, obviously, because East thinks different from the West, right? And not just you have AI power, but AI conscience is what we are looking at. So if the mission fails is the question where we have to answer. It will impact masses. It will create a national level financial instability. It could spike litigation and public backlash, which is very much possible. We have seen kind of, the so-called activism that's happening. Then lead to reactive regulation, stifling innovation. Obviously, they will say, stop all this, right? Then risk losses of global credibility for India, and national security risk, including cyber war, is very much a possibility. Because please understand, how did Cambridge Analytica take place? You remember Cambridge Analytica? It is supposed to have swayed the very election or the result of elections. So, psyche is at risk. The psyche of the country can be tampered with. So, how is the government handling this? We have the India AI governance guidelines. 3 more slides, I'll complete. I know you are hungry, right? It provides, this governance framework provides for something called as ethical sutras or principles. What are they? I'll just simply go through them. I would suggest that you go through them at your own pace, because they are very, very important from our understanding as a professional in building any AI system within any organization, right? So trust, number one, has to be, look at you using any of the government services. For example, voter list updation. They collected a lot of private data, right? So ask these questions, trust, people first, is it people first, innovation over restraint, fairness and equity, accountability, understandability, safety, resilience and sustainability. If you look at these, this will detail the audit program for you, wherein you have to work on these and give a response saying that are these protected and compliant or not. And you can give recommendations of how this can work with. So, for example, the regulatory legislative framework, we have a very strong framework with the IT Act 2000 and the DPDP Act 2023. Then you have the BS, the IPC has been replaced. You have the Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita, which is very powerful again, right? So AI Ethics and Accountability Bill, which I think you saw last week, it was introduced. Anybody read that? They are proposing a lot of accountability on AI, right? I think 3 days back. There was a private bill by a BJP member which was introduced. So they are talking about risk-based classification of AI systems. We saw about mission-critical systems, then the other, maybe the computational systems. All that has to be segregated if you have to look at different risk levels. And of course, we are looking at techno-legal solutions, because only technology cannot work. You got to combine the two and look at how to preserve the security and privacy of the entire nation. So there are various bodies, I'm not going to that, but government is very active, right, in these projects, and there is a lot of work that's happening around this. Your sector specific guidance. I'm sure you saw the recently rolled out free AI. How many of you banks or NBFCs? Yeah, so the free AI project, I would urge you to please download that and study. Excellent document. It is prepared by the innovation cell of RBI. Excellent job done, right? And for healthcare, similarly, you have the ICMR project, which is coming from the Indian Council of Medical Research. They are trying to build in a PHR platform in India. Then you have the AI competency framework, which is rolled out based upon UNESCO's recommendations for public service standards as such. So what is in it for a CA, you and me? Number one, ensure organizations establish AI governance, ownership in line with India AI principles. Even if it is internal, take those principles. They work anywhere, right? Inventory all the AI use cases, risks, and educate people as much as possible, because very important that people have to understand what they're getting into. Evangelize and innovate for nation building. All of us have a responsibility for nation building. So I would suggest please go into these sites. Don't undermine yourself. You may be able to contribute. There are many startups who have contributed, many professionals who have contributed. Any of us can become a stakeholder as part of India AI mission. It is available on the site. And you can think common sense or with your domain knowledge, you can contribute. Why not do that for our country? We should, right? So that's where I think you can also, otherwise you can become a startup. You can contribute through your, if you have the wherewithal, you can come up with excellent tools. Help and align with the data with the DPDP Act, very important. Privacy got to be protected because of security reasons. Ensure organizations implement a life cycle of controls, not just some ad hoc mission. You need a complete governance approach within each of your organization trying to adopt AI, right? And ensure periodic audits. That's where for us also there will be a lot of work, right? And there will be, right? So I just ran at cheetah speed and finished it, I hope. I know you are hungry. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the thoughtful, provoking sessions, and that drew our attention to the growing influence of algorithms and the need for effective obsession management in AI-driven world. Your insights on operational technology, autonomously writing accounts in real time clearly highlighted how fundamentally audit and assurance are set to transform. Thank you, sir. Members, we will now break for lunch and resume the sessions at 2:30.
Thank you once again.
Opened in your name, linked to this number and your particular Aadhaar number, everything I'm telling right, sir.
But I am denying.
Are you trying to hide something?
No.
Then why are you, there is a record showing that this particular bank account is related to your particular phone number, then you are telling you're not aware of it. Are you trying to hide any illegal activities being done from this account?
I will ask him to produce the evidence.
Sir, we have evidence. Now a Supreme Court hearing will happen. We have this Anti-Money Laundering Act that is going to come against you. And there is proof of terrorist links and also narcotic drug trade that has been done through this account.
Whatever be the case, if you find something I am violating, send me anything in writing.
Yes, we will send you in writing. Okay, you can check your WhatsApp. We are sending you a summons.
I'll reply to that notice.
Sir, now I'm giving you an arrest warrant.
Arrest warrant, you come and arrest me.
I am going to have your Supreme Court case, Supreme Court hearing right now. You please be available. We are going to have a Supreme Court hearing in 5 minutes.
Okay, let them come and arrest me. I'll let the Supreme Court sends me in writing. I'll reply to that.
Okay, fine. First thing you shouldn't have told.
I should not have any.
No. First thing it is like I told you distress, that might be one thing. But then first thing you should not tell which account it is linked to, whoever has called. You shouldn't tell ki it is linked to ICICI or anything. And Supreme Court hearing will never happen within 5 minutes. The moment I tell ki within 5 minutes there is going to be a Supreme Court hearing, you could have told ki how is it possible it is a scam. So basically it targets senior citizen. People who are not up to date with how the legal process is working. So they call you, they will tell your Aadhaar card number, your phone number, everything they will tell you, right? That is because there might be any data leak of yours that is there in the internet. Domino's, there was a data leak. So your phone number, your address, your name, your food preference, everything is there.
And this is not the fact. Why should I fear?
That is
I don't
true.
know, I don't
But
account
there
to
are,
SBI.
sir, you are aware, you are a very,
Yes, I tell
I am telling you, it is not about educated person or non-educated person. I have seen a very, very successful doctor, very, very successful businessman. Recently, we have very eminent personalities who have fallen prey for digital arrest. They, at that point of time, now you are in the middle of 100 people here. I am asking you, imagine you in your house, sitting there, somebody calls and tells ki there is a police that is going to come to you and arrest. Like when I told you, you know I'm talking from a conference, but you will not know that time. You understand?
Of course, sir.
So this is the kind of pressure they put it on that point of time. They will ask you, okay, fine, if you have not done money laundering, they will engage you in a conversation, in a heated argument. They will tell, okay, fine, if you have not done any fraud, tell me all the bank accounts that you have. Tell me all the FDs you have. You will say, okay, no, all money is clean, only this is the bank account, this is the FDs that I have, this is the mutual funds that I have. Then he will say, okay, fine, now Supreme Court will come. Then Supreme Court will come in 5 minutes. Then you will have arrest warrant in 10 minutes, Supreme Court arrest warrant and Supreme Court seizure order in 10 minutes. It might look like how is this when possible for you sitting here among 100 and 150 people, but trust me, there are eminent personalities who have been very successful in their profession, very sharp in their day-to-day life. Yes, that is also there. Amma, you have that photo? I think I have one photo. Can you put it here? You display that photo. We have one, but only that screenshot that person alone, not the victim's thing. So they will come in a police. Sometimes I think people think this person is police, then what image they have in their mind. You believe that this person can be a police. So this is one thing that I would like you to take it back. Discuss with your clients who are senior citizen, who have high, value clients are there. Please discuss with them. Tell them if somebody calls and deals like this, there is nothing called digital arrest. There is only one mode of arrest in the entire country and the entire world. Police will come to you, will tell you why you are arrested. The grounds of arrest has to be given to you in writing, and then only the arrest can be. So 41 is for summons, for you to appear for under 7 years. Now it is 35 subclause 3 BNSS. So 41A is no more there, it is 35 subclause 3.3, that is different. That is for you to appear, that is for under 7 years. But then they will tell you UAPA, NDPS and everything, that time you will feel threatened. So please take it upon yourself, discuss with your clients. I'll urge you all to stick some kind of cybercrime related awareness in your respective offices. In terms of fake investment scam, this is the person how it will be. Amma, is there any video where the victim's video is not on, he is speaking? I feel if people believe that this person is from CBI, I do not know. So this is how the setup will be. Like this, you will have the person with the black coat also. They will give you a Supreme Court header wala warrant also. So these things can be done. In future, this can be deep fake also. You don't need a person also here. So that is how, yes. No? Okay, fine. We have videos in which victim is only there. Victim is also there. We do not want to disclose the identity there. So you get the idea of it, you get the gist of it. So in terms of this thing, so coming back to the point, this digital infrastructure, this particular SIM-box is used to make that initial first normal call. If police first call itself, they call in WhatsApp, the credibility value falls down, the success rate in digital arrest goes down. So they resort to the first call to be normal call for them to gain some kind of trust that they are calling from within the country. So for that, this particular instrument is used, that is the, that is called social engineering. So this is the digital infrastructure, that is the SIM box that is being used to make the international call look like local calls. Yes, Airtel has introduced spam 1.0 and spam 2.0. Yeah, this is the FedEx. See, we knew it as FedEx scam. But now they have evolved and they have brought in so many stories that we cannot contain it into FedEx scam. So let us call it as digital arrest scam.
Fraudulent call, how they classify, we don't know, because it would have been reported already. Otherwise, it will be like a spam call. Spam call normally you will take. And then if it's a video call, then they create the fear first. And then once if you are afraid, you are finished.
Yes. So this is the sim box that we have done. Based on that, to curb the expansion of that, we have gone with preventive detention. Gunda's action has been initiated against all those who have been operating sim box. In around 4 people have been detained in this year alone for sim box. So this is Operation Blue Triangle and Operation Tirainikku. Operation Blue Triangle is for that agents who take young people to the international cyber scam compounds in the pretext of IT job. If somebody is working in Cambodia in IT job, the 90% chances he is the scammer who is scamming you. Because this is the IT job that most of the Cambodia, I have never seen any, if you know any IT legitimate structure there, I do not know. Whoever we are bringing back, they, when we interact with them, they tell their family that I am working in an IT company in Cambodia. And that IT company's MO is the cyber scam. So anybody who's telling that this particular is that, please advise them and ask them which company or anything. They have targets, they have projects, they have project leads. The kind of sophistication, the kind of organized systems that they have, it will blow your mind. So a typical case study of State Cybercrime Investigation Center. So there was a digital arrest scam, and within 4 hours they had reported to us. So we thought we could take away, we can get the money back. But within 4 or 24 hours, it had gone into 6 layers and 242 transactions. The question of golden rule stands as a big question mark. So we are urging the banks to do API-based freezing, that is automatic freezing. Once the complaint is launched, the automatic freezing should start. So this is how we can stop the money from going outside the country. I personally see international cyber crimes as crime against the country. It's an economic war. The money is being swindled out of the country, taken to other countries. For what purpose is a question mark. Tomorrow, which country it empowers is a question mark. Who is empowered is a question mark. What are their intention is a bigger question mark. What it will do to our country's future tomorrow is even bigger question mark. So we should always take cybercrime as 2-pronged strategies. One, we have to stop it. Second, as individual, we have to be aware. There are a lot of social media pages which keep you up to date about the latest cybercrime trends. Please do follow it. I have seen people who have worked so hard in their life and their 10-20 years of wealth that they have created has gone in 10 minutes. Either because of their extra greed or either because of their ignorance. They are afraid. They should have thought, sir told, if you want, you come and arrest me. So that kind of confidence, that kind of ignorance should not be there. Yes, that is one of the initiatives. That is why I am standing here in front of you. So this is a preemptive victim identification. Here we have our SI technical Tamil Pallavi. She heads our intelligence team in cybercrime wing. She heads the victim identification. So what we do is, rather than them coming and approaching us or reporting, we call them and tell ki you are being a fraud, you are being victimized, you are being scammed by some cybercrime fraudster. How do we do that? Once a crime is reported, her team will sit and they will get all the bank statements. We try to get, banks will take their sweet time, we try to pester them, we try to nudge them to give it as much as possible. We take the statements, her team sits, they look into that bank transaction statement. They have over a period of time, after dealing with a lot of investigations, they know which account statement look like a victim, which account statement looks like a mule account. Based on that, they identify, they further classify, and they have so far identified how many victims, ma? 1,175 victims in the period of 5 months. They have identified, out of which 190 from Tamil Nadu we have saved, even before they are putting further money. That we cannot calculate in terms of money. Maybe they might have stopped in 10 lakhs. Maybe they might have stopped in 20 lakhs. Maybe they might have had a potential to invest even 10 crores. The good thing is they will not further invest. That is the best, that is the thing. So what we do, if it is from other state, we send email to that state to act upon it. We also call them, we drop a WhatsApp text also. We get blocked more times in WhatsApp. Then we deal with the WhatsApp nodal to get us unblocked, and then we again start with our work. So this is the Cyber Crimes Victim Awareness Initiative. You can take this particular cartoon series book. If you scan this QR code, you will get a comic book in a flip book model, where you have around 30 modus operandi with respect to cyber crime alone. So that is one thing. And then this is the Tamil sticker and English sticker for 1930 awareness. You can please paste it in your particular organization, so any client who walks in will know what is 1930. How many of you know what is 1930? Second question.
It is a contact number for reporting.
Sorry?
It's a contact number for reporting.
Yes. It is the cybercrime 24/7 portal. Sorry, not portal, 24/7 helpline for reporting financial cybercrime alone. For non-financial cybercrime, you can call, log into cybercrime.gov.in. That is the National Cybercrime Reporting Portal. There you can log in. Beauty of it is 1930, you give a proper transaction ID and everything. You tell what is the MO, the bank action will immediately start. So CSR funds for preventing cyber crimes is allowed from 2022. You can see this particular notification from the Ministry of Home Affairs. So for cyber awareness, any of your clients, please urge them to spend their CSR for the benefit of public in terms of generating cybercrime awareness. So we will stop the money from going outside the country. We'll stop this economic drain. So we are in a country which is going to have a very good economic growth. If we plug the drains, it is going to be even better. So these are the cybercrime. If you want to have cybercrime alerts, these are the pages that if you follow, trending cybercrimes. For example, in September we had this eVahan APK link trending. Last 2-3 days we are finding that again it is picking up. So when we see the trend that is happening, we give you alerts that this is particularly now trending. So please be careful at this point of time, to just revise you, to just refresh your brain. So please follow all these, follow us on the social media platform to stay up to date on recent trending cybercrime. Thank you so much for being such a patient and engaging viewers.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the highly informative session on digital arrest, economic war, and the critical importance of the Golden Hour rule. Your explanation of how digital surveillance, technology-enabled enforcement, and economic offences intersect in today's environment provides strong practical relevance. Thank you, ma'am. Now we move on to the panel session. I invite CA Gopalakrishnan S and CA Guruprasad Makam for the panel discussion to the dais. Please. Guruprasad Makam, co-founder of Guru and Jana. He had drafted DCCM Digital Competency Maturity Model, drafted peer review manual, ex-member of the RV Educational Institution Finance, core member of IIMB, alumni, convener of IIMB, advisory board of Vishwakarma University, Pune, speaker in hundreds of forums, one of the largest attended webinar of ICAI, and core committee for Bharatiya Management in sponsor of Chanakya. He had written 8 books. The author of the books are God in the Boardroom, Banter Beyond the Buck, GST Where Did My Profits Go, and FEMA, Rupee and 19 more. And Mr. S. Gopalakrishnan, partner of Guru and Jana, he had a vision to be amidst the top 20 chartered accountancy firms in India and now had a vision to clone the firm. He has a corporate experience in L&T, TVS Logistics Limited, General Optics Asia Limited. Okay, I'll ask Aparna to take the moderator seat. I invite Selvaganesh Sir, CA, to hand over the memento to the panel discussion. Over to you, Aparna ma'am.
Very good afternoon. Am I audible right at the end? Yeah? Great. Thank you. Very good afternoon, everyone. Let's make it as informative. We'll try to extract the maximum out of this firm today. Yeah? We'll see how many questions we ask and get out of them. I promise you one thing. I know you heard enough about what is AI, what it does for you, but now let's see what we can take home today. How can my firm become AI fluent? How can my firm become AI efficient? Okay, we'll see how we can go about doing it. And if you believe they're getting too technical, they would, right? They're probably India's first AI first firm in India, probably, right? So they've gone through the journey. Let's get to understand what all they've done, what they've faced, trials, tribulations, and where it's reached them. And I think Guru and Jana, we already know first in everything, right? First time I heard about them was they were digitally first. Then I was surprised to see a firm, digitally first. And it got me curious and I started reading about the firm. That was my first brush with the firm, even though I didn't know him by then. And the next thing which caught my attention was how they were pioneering so many things. And I really have to thank the organizers for getting this firm here to make them answer these questions. So let's shoot straight away, okay? And thank you so much for coming here. You are at the right season. For a Bangalorean, it may be not so cold, but the weather is very pleasant. Thank you for coming, visiting Chennai today.
There is not much of difference between Bangalore and Chennai. Today we are in the same boat.
And I really have to appreciate the audience. We should be sabha hopping, having Arusu's food, and all of us are seated here in Ambassador. So we'll make the best use of time today. I'll begin with my very first question to him. Mr. Prasad, this is my first question to you before I go to Gopal. What was the first instance? I know it's an evolution. It's not that one fine morning you woke up and decided, I'm going to be an AI first firm. It's been an evolution. And interestingly, he says he's not very technologically very able. That's what he claims. So we'll hear it from the horse's mouth straight away. So you tell us, sir, how you began this journey and personally your relationship with technology.
So technology and myself are extremely difficult to understand because unlike many of you sitting here, even today in 2025, I can't operate Excel. I would find it so difficult. I can do this plus this at some. At best, I can do one data sorting. Beyond that, I've never understood anything in Excel or technology. So when I'm talking on artificial intelligence, I would talk more as a user of artificial intelligence and not understanding. I can do email. I know how to reply an email. I know how to use Word. I know how to use Excel. That too only to the extent of if somebody gives it, I can study the statement. Beyond that, even today my office articles will be teasing, how come you are doing it like this? You don't know how to put this formula, and Gopal knows. If Gopal sends a sheet, I tell remove this formatting and give me one more sheet, a small sheet. And it has been like that as we grow older, even though we feel we are younger, technology is a little difficult to adapt. So we have to make it very easy for us. How did we start with technology was a funny instance. I'm sure at least the people above 40 will understand what I am telling. We used to have these TDS challans. First copy, second copy, third copy, fourth copy we used to have. They used to tear it and keep it in the file. And in the end of the year when we are filing our Form 24, we used to tear those challans, pin it and file it. Sometime in, I think it was 2010 or something, my partner was sitting on the floor and searching the challans. He was telling, where is this challans? We lost the challans and the client told, I am not going to pay for this. And those days it was 25,000 rupees, which is a lot of money. 25,000 rupees is not a small money. That day we told, let us not have paper in the office. So the first thing we did even before reaching AI, even before reaching technology is, we stopped using paper in the office. So we stopped, today ROC is paperless, income tax is paperless, GST is paperless. TDS returns are paperless, Reserve Bank is paperless, and in a state like Karnataka or Telangana, sub-register is paperless. So the question of chartered accountancy offices having paper is very remote today because we are already paperless. Banks are paperless. So that's how we started our journey in technology, by just sitting and scanning papers. Anything comes, we'll sit and scan. Those days we didn't even have so many mobile technologies. Physically scan and put it.
Awesome. Awesome, that's very nice. Now I'll move to the other side of the spectrum of the same firm, where someone says I'm quite agnostic to technology, and somebody who's pretty savvy in technology. How do you feel being a part of Guru Anjana, number one? And I mean, how the adaptation should have been much more smoother for you, right? Coming from the industry, I guess.
Correct.
Yeah?
Am I audible?
Share your experiences.
Yes. So, first of all, how I feel I am in Guru Anjana. So that is not a question to be asked at all, because I am a partner in Guru Anjana. So if someone asks me how is your company you are working with, my answer is always, this is my home. I don't go to my house. This is my home. Guru Anjana is my home. And that is how I feel everyone should feel when they work for a firm. Being at a partner level, it is not something like an employee. We have to work as a partner, which means we are part of that particular organization, which is giving us food.
Absolutely.
Which is giving, it is, without this, our home will not function. Basically, that is how I am from. So the question is, that is my home. That is what I feel about Guru Anjana. Now, moving from a company where I was working, the last company I was working is not tech savvy. It is paperful office. Like, if I have to submit a proposal to the chairman, we have systems, we have computers. But what I have to do is, as a CFO of that firm, I will have to prepare everything in paper. In the summary, we will tell you, yeah, we will prepare on summary. My chairman will say, give me a summary. In the P&L balance sheet, you keep it. எனக்கு ஒரு summary கொடு. இதில் இவ்வளோ காசு, I put so much money, how much will I get back? எனக்கு அதை கொடுன்னு அது நான் பேப்பரில் எழுதி கொடுத்தேன். That is how I was in my old company, moving to a paperless office. Now, எல்லாருக்குமே எனக்கு என்னன்னா, first when I say paperless office, the first thing is, அப்படின்னா உங்கள் ஆஃபீஸில் பேப்பரே இருக்காதான்னு. It is paperless office. So, where paper is required, it is still required.
Very good point.
But where it is not required, it is not required. Very simple example is bills. All our vendor bills, all our bills. As of today, everyone sends in WhatsApp, everyone will send in email. Yeah. So that paper is not required. So what we have done is we have reduced paper to all the extent. I am heading accounting team. So my entire function, which was earlier in paper, because my bills will be in paper, my reports I submit should be in paper, my invoices should be in paper. Now everything has been digitalized by government. So what prevents us from changing it from there? So that is my only option. My only thing is, if at earlier I am able to serve one client, now I should be able to serve 10 clients. What should I simplify? That is my only objective when I moved from paper to paperless.
Thank you so much, Gopal. Now from this, I'm going to lead you to the next question. You are AI first firm, very AI fluent firm, but then how do your clients react? Are your clients as, what would I say, as proactive or as energized or as enthused as you are? How do you deal with clients' responses? I'm curious.
See, clients see only two factors. One is cost, other one is the deliverable. So what we have to drive to clients is not the cost first, the deliverable first. What they will save. Okay, or client, if we tell a subscription costs 24,000 rupees per annum, a small client will start thinking 24,000 is worth. நான் அது கையிலேயே எழுதிடலாமே, ஒரு எக்ஸல்ல டைப் அடிக்கலாமே. That is the first thought which will come, where he doesn't have to spend money. But what we have to enforce them is, what is the benefit if I implement this? In the automation, in the tool nala, what is the benefit he will get? So when we start with the benefit first and then go to the cost at last, it will always be beneficial for the client. And that is how we always drive it. We always drive saying that ungalukku your business is important.
Right.
You drive your business, for that you need time. If you sit and waste in all other things, you will not be able to spend time there. So for us, for me or for anyone, it has to be how we are enforcing the cost benefit analysis to the client.
Yeah, please go ahead, sir.
Sir, most of us, when we are doing tax practice, இப்போ நாங்கள் இன்கம் டேக்ஸ் ப்ராக்டிஸ் பண்ணும்போது, we have an advanced tax estimate or 140HL and tax returns we will have to file. If you break our work, we are breaking our work to 3 parts. Part A would be collecting information. Most of the clients don't give information on time. They send a bank statements, அதில் நவம்பரே கிடையாது. Then we go behind them and ask for November statement. They send 3 bank statements, mutual fund statements, net asset value is not calculated there. Capital gain statements will not come. So if you see our work, part A, 40% of our time is going in collection of data. Bank statement kudunga, credit card statement kudunga, TDS challans, you please download it and give it to me, or you get me your insurance, mutual funds. So if I am billing a client 15,000 rupees or 12,000 rupees, 5,000 rupees cost is going in collecting the statements and keeping the statement in order. The second part of it is how does a client compute our work? What do we do in computation? So bank statement edutittu will prepare a statement of affairs in the case of an individual. In case they are doing tally, that's a different issue. We prepare statement of affairs as a case of an individual. Then the third is deliverable. That is the computation statement, income tax returns, one risk assessment statement. Now in a normal capacity, part A is taking 40%, part B is taking 30%. And again to go back and get the information from the client, show him and make him understand, that is taking another 30% of my time. This is 100%. Of course, collection is another 40%. We'll work 140%. But what we are going to tell a client is, see, if you use this particular technology, I'll reduce part A. Instead of paying 15,000 rupees for me as fees, you pay me 10,000 rupees. Because part A, you are already solved for me. One example I can give you is, there is a tool called Funds for India. FUNDS for India. I tell the client, if you download the Funds for India, it will collect all your bank statements. It will collect all your credit card statements, mutual fund statements, and even if you have any of your investments directly in equity, when you have invested, how much you have invested, what is the market rate, it will collect and give me in a single format. For him, it is free of cost. It's only a little effort that he has to go open the password and link the password. So the moment he does that, 40% of my fees has come down and my margin has gone up. So that is one way we have to project to a client, telling that, look, 15,000, I am paying 11,000 rupees. Now the client is getting used to what next. The same happens in accounting also. If I tell the client I am charging you 15,000 rupees for accounting, without technology, but with proper technology, which I tell you some tips, I am charging you 10,000 rupees and I'll give you the return faster. Definitely a client will respond.
Fantastic. I think this is a real cue that all of us have to take home today. What I am saying here is, this is your invoice if you are not technologically savvy, and this would be your invoice post discount. So you choose between the two. This is going to make our life easier. Like he also, Gopal rightly said, what is the benefit to you? And he's quantifying the benefit as well. Gopal said, this is the benefit. What's the benefit to you when you switch over to paperless technology? And this is the
many tools,
monetary benefit straight away.
Many tools you can download in Zerodha, you can do to grow, you can go to mProfit. mProfit is a very nice tool because mProfit does something nice, Aparnaji. What mProfit does is, it takes the bank statements. After it takes the bank statement, it also gives it to me in Excel.
Oh, fantastic.
And in Excel, what it is doing is, once I name electricity charges, my salary, next month it is repeating. I don't have to do it.
Okay.
So
it's got AI.
Lesser jobs will go into that. So mProfit, it's a little expensive. It's 1,200 rupees per annum. So if a client takes that, almost its trial balance over a period of 1 year comes automated. So end-to-end, there would be at least 10-15% of our work still remaining. But a lot of work it will take care. And where it is taking care, sir, is that work which is done by a junior article or a BCom student. These are the people who do a lot of work at that work where there are mistakes will come to our head. That will only spoil our reputation. That is taken care of. Presentation is better. They do everything, sir. Grow computes your capital gain statements free of cost.
Sir, it is how we use it which is very important. Like what Guru was saying, mProfit you told is very useful for investors. The way we think of it is useful is very good. For example, accounting the bank statements we need, and we need it. Every time when we get a bank statement, first thing our client will ask is, give me details for this in the payment enna, in the payment enna. This will help us to ensure that first time when you key it in properly, then our only thing is to ensure that we get the statement. So it is how we use it which is very important. It's not for one single use. The tool might be for certain specific users, that is always there. But how we use it is always our responsibility.
Very good. Thank you so much. Shall we move on to the next challenge which your firm has faced, which I think would be a challenge? Give me a second. I have lots of questions. I wanted to make it tough for them. Okay, I wanted to specifically ask you on tools and technologies, but then that will be a too vast topic. Would you want to say a little more than what you've already mentioned now, over and above what you just now gave, especially for individuals? Specifically the tools and technologies that you would recommend or you're currently using in your firm.
Sir, see, I would not like to talk what we use, because every firm is very different. But what we are trying to do is, any tool in our profession has to be having few things. Point number one, it has to be cheaper. If it is too expensive, we cannot afford it unless we are doing a large client. If you are doing a client like a TVS, you are doing a client like a Apollo Hospital, we can afford everything. But I am doing a client who is doing a turnover of 4 crores. Or I am doing a salaried employee who is getting a salary of 1 crore. We cannot implement too many technologies. We'll have to be seeing cost factor. One example I'll tell you is, all of us are using Excel 100%. That means we have a Microsoft license. The moment we have a Microsoft license, there is something called Microsoft OneNote. Few of the youngsters may be using it very well. What is a Microsoft OneNote? It is a clean table where in the left hand side you can plot whatever you want. For example, GST, GSTR3, GSTR2, 2A reconciliation, 194, 194C, 194J, 194H you can write. Bank statements. On the right hand you can put in columns. Column is April, May, June, July to March. So what is happening is, whenever you file your GST return, the GST return you upload it in the month of April. Again you upload it in the month of May. You are filing GST returns for 300 people. Each of them are paying you 4,000 rupees or 3,000 rupees or 50,000 rupees per month. That is irrelevant. But as a partner of an organization, you want to see which client's GST has happened or not happened. We can't keep telling the employees, GST ennache, file acha, and the challan kudunga. There is no end for that. The simplest method is download OneNote, because you already have a Microsoft license. It is free of cost. There is a zero cost on that. Create a table like this. A table where you can just plot it month-wise, January to March, or April to March you plot it month-wise. Every month you start plotting GST. Now what is happening is, in a single screen, you can see all your returns, all GST, PT, PF, ESI. In a single screen you can see it, month-wise. When audit happens for your Form 3CD, it is easy. Second important thing, a client wants copies. Give him a link and ask him to download the copies. You don't have to take copies, you don't have to email anything, everything is free of cost. Third important thing, there would be many artificial intelligence tools which is all a little payment, maybe 500 rupees per month or 600 rupees per month. If you install one of the agents in your Microsoft, what it does is it goes to all your 300 clients. On 17th, it will send you a mail. Guru, the following 8 clients' returns are not filed. 18th again sends me a mail. Guru, the following 4 clients' returns are not filed. On 5th, it will send a mail. TDS is not remitted for the 6 clients. Only those 6 clients I have to address. Now, that is where we have to find out what I can use in today's office. The same thing, we all use a directory system for all our files. That is client number A, we have assessment year, tax returns, GST returns, TDS returns. The same thing, but used in a OneNote. The difference is visibility is different, image is different, access to client's data is different, but more importantly, it will give you a dashboard telling what is filed, what is not filed. That is very important. And when we are doing like that and showing the client, look, others will bill you 10,000 rupees, but I am doing this, I'll give you for 12,500. You can in fact increase the fees. It's a double whammy. You can increase the fees and reduce the cost.
2 situations is given us. One is when you offer a discount for them to use the tools. Here is, It's a win-win situation. Actually, there's one more opportunity to increase your billing. Thank you so much. Quite a few takeaways. We'll see how much more we can extract from them. Okay, we are hearing so much about all this journey. Can you tell us, one moment when you said, wow, we did it? Any point in time when you said, yeah, we are there, we are already arrived. It's a great feeling we would like to feel.
It's a very great feeling whenever client appreciates us.
Fantastic.
We completed a due diligence of a very large company in 5 working days. When I say completion, it's not just resolving of queries, closure of due diligence. It's a very big company. If it's a normal situation, it would have taken around a minimum 15 to 20 days. We completed everything in 5 days. Just by implementing what Mr. Guru told right now. OneNote, accessing data on digital, giving them access. Very simple. All got completed in 5 working days.
I can share one more example. Yeah. Sir, all of us work on Tally, and we are all masters of Tally today. We know Tally, how to use it. But the small disadvantage in Tally is if you look at your P&L account, the entire credit side is sales and incomes, and the debit side would be the accounts payable. It can be bills, it can be rent, purchase bills, party bills. So when you look at data entry jobs in accounting systems, we were doing in case a chartered accountant I was speaking, he is actually from Salem. I was talking to him, how do you do this, sir? He was telling I had 40 people in my office. Now I have 15 only for that particular, and the balance of them I have used somewhere else. He has only done a small change. He has moved from Tally to a new software. Move to any software, doesn't matter whether it is a Zoho, NetSuite, Central, or Tally by web also is okay, no problem. But he has only initiated one small tool. Any of you can Google it and find out. A tool is called MYSA, M-Y-S-A. MYSA is a very beautiful tool. Like that, there are 100 tools. Not that I am recommending any tool. You can also go to Zoho Scan. What it has done is the entire tool has done that the entire team which were doing accounts payable transactions has become zero. As soon as the client is sending either through a Google Drive or through a WhatsApp or through a Gmail Drive or a OneDrive, the data is putting into this MYSA. The MYSA is categorizing all the vouchers. After it has categorized all the vouchers, this will go and pass the accounts payable entry. Debit party, debit GST input, credit payable, it is already passing the entire entry. Credit TDS, it has passed the entry, and it will also attach the voucher with the entry. Now in case he is doing 40 clients, each client assume 100 entries per month or 200 entries per month, 8,000 entries are getting automated. The same thing when you go to the debit credit side of the P&L account, the sales which are getting done through a point of sales machine, or you are doing, of course in Tally also you can just import it from there. Auto sync is also possible, but in the larger software it is web based and the cost is almost the same today. So practically your data entry for your purchases, sales, expenses, income is done, is over already. Then what happens next? You have to do the bank statement entry. Bank entry also in a software like Zoho or NetSuite or Microsoft Central, Xero, any of them, if you sync your bank account to the statements, the receipt entries are also done. And what it does is, it will give you an X account telling these are the accounts which we don't know, you please pass the entries. Now what happens in artificial intelligence tool is it's exactly like your son. First time you tell 10 things, he will learn 6. Second time you tell 10 things, he'll learn 5. Then you tell 10 things, he'll learn 8. The more time you tell, he'll learn faster. So the first month of AI, it will learn only 50%. Second month, it will learn 70%. Over 1 year, it will learn 100%. It will know better than you. So all the bank entries, it is doing on its own. Which party is to get how much money? Selva Ganesh and company credit that party. Then what is the role of a chartered accountant? Actually only doing GL review and verify it. GL review and verify it is our role. Now that would reduce my work by a substantial part. And I can render better services to the client at a shorter fees. So that was a wow moment when I met this chartered accountant in Salem. He demonstrated how he does it, and it was such a fascinating thing he did it. And he showed it in front of me. Sir, in the madri 15 people irundharu, 30 people irkaru. These 30 people are doing something else. And this is a wow factor.
So before I go to the next question, I think we'll take a little bit of a pause because we need to take in all of this. As Mr. Guru is speaking, what is the one thing which hits you? First time when he introduced himself, he said, I don't know technology. But what is he talking so far? Very clearly, the intent emerges. Going all the way to Salem, being curious to see what a firm is doing. Where does this begin from? It's all intent. See how beautifully he's explaining step by step. I was completely in awe. So before we move on to more and more questions, I think we need to really, we have to see what we can take and how much has to seep in. First is the intent is very clear. Am I ahead? Am I using technology to the maximum? Am I making the lives of my clients and my firms easy? Am I generating more revenue through the methods I'm following? So if my intent is clear, I think it opens up doors for us, venues and opportunities for us, and the tools will also appear in front of us. So, because otherwise we are complaining, we have to do same old repetitive tasks, same old clients, same bills, not paying the invoices, and then nothing is coming on time. If we had a shift in perspective, I think there's immense opportunities for all of us. We will come, I'm there, I'm having all the questions on your behalf already. So what we will do is, I'll put all the questions and last few minutes, we'll bombard them with questions. Yeah, now I will try to ask them all the questions to my capacity, right? So now, this journey is easy, difficult, or it's all ups and downs. So let's hear it from them. I would like to hear more on the journey part. One most important experience you had when you believed it was a failure and there was a blind spot and you thought you didn't go beyond it. But then you crossed that line. You did cross the line and the victory is waiting for you. I would like to hear from both of you unique such experiences.
So it's up and down, let us be frank. It's not an easy task. Okay, when madam kuda sonanga, patience is required, intent is required. Okay, I'll tell my experience. Basically, it is more of ups when you realize downs are also ups for you. ஏன்னா ஒரு வாட்டி நம்ம தோத்தோம்னா அது நம்ம இல்லை இது என்னால் பண்ண முடியாதுன்னு விடாம சரி இதில் என்ன தப்பு இருக்கு, how we can rectify it. That is very important in any activity, not AI implementation, any activity. So that is very important aspect. So when you feel the flow, when you feel the end result, that is always important when you implement AI. So you have to be very clear that my end result is what I'm going to achieve with this particular tool, particular activity, which this tool is going to replace. In a rendu vishayam nama paakano, one is what this tool is going to do, what it is going to replace. Idu rendu if you are very clear, your downs also will be your ups. Oru tool nanga implement, I think that we wanted to do a customer dashboard. We wanted to present to every customer what is his dashboard. Ipo Guru sonnar illaya, OneNote ku munnadi we wanted to do a dashboard to clients, show them this dashboard, what is your work, because every time enna important na, client sometimes gives the work and where we stop is in the busyness of the work we forget to update the client. Avarku eppome status theriyadu, then they get very nervous and number due date 15th na 14th varaikku we will not tell him also. We would have filed, because we are busy we will not tell him, he will get upset. Enna enakku munnume sollaliye, what is happening? So we wanted to create a dashboard, give a link to him saying that whenever you want you see it, you will know the status of work. Okay, that was a project we did. We failed miserably. It didn't work out. The way in which Guru explained OneNote, that and the format e varala. Nanga edo onu pandrom vera engiyo poradhu. So what happened is we had two things, like I know what is the end result I wanted. I knew very clearly in the result is not what I wanted. We stopped there. So we like in the trading la solluvom illaya, stop loss. Adhe mari we want to know where we have to stop. Blindly we cannot continue. So we have to be very clear. So that was one downfall. Guru, you can tell this. I'll tell the next. So that is where we thought, okay, if this not working, what should we do? Angathan, this OneNote came into picture, which is very simple, easy. We don't have to spend so much time. Clearly, it was easy. Your client ku enna paakano, enna sollano, adu na solradha illa, client e paathu therinjikalam. So that is what this OneNote came into picture. That is why it gave birth to OneNote. If that failure was not there, we would have continued in that so long. In the OneNote concept, Vandarkar.
Thank you. Same.
Only one request I have with all the members here. We have seen in movies when there is a Valentine's Day, movies la illa nijama nadko, Valentine's Day we'll take a rose, go to one girl, she'll reject. And the rose edutittu innor girl kitta poradhu, reject. Third girl, fourth girl. But with a wife we stick for a long time. That same thing is happening in technology. The way you are seeing technology today, every day there is a new tool. Every day they are telling perplexity ponga, gamma ponga. Every day there are hundreds of tools. But what we have to understand is all tools are same. Because if you take Excel also, according to me, none of us are using more than 60-70% of Excel. People like me use 5% of Excel. 5% மேல use பண்ண முடியாது. So when the software is getting better and better and better, we are trying to go to better softwares, but concentration has to be better implementation. So let us not choose any software. Every software is good. The software maker has created a software, it is good. Don't waste time in any of those software, just take time in implementation. I think initially we made a lot of chartered accountants make mistake in that, telling that okay, adu nalla irukku, institute free ah kodutittu irukku, adu paathukalam. In fact, I don't know how many of you have visited the institute website. There is an Excel tool in the institute website which has got an artificial intelligence engine. Very beautiful tool. You just have to go and create a drop down. Are you submitting a proposal to a private limited company, public limited company, private individual, trust? Click. What is the service you are submitting a proposal? I am creating a trust deed. I am doing 44 AB tax audit. I am giving 15 CSEB. Click. What is the fees you want to charge? Click. And press the enter. You are getting the engagement letter maximum in 45 seconds. Institute has built many tools like that. It is in the ICA resource library. And all is running on Excel. Very nice tools done. So my only thing is failures are going to be many. They're not going to be stoppage of failures. Every day we will feel we are failing in technology, but stick to them as you are sticking to your spouse. One day you will find happiness. The more we run around tools, we will not find tools at all. We will only be wasting our money.
Point taken. Thank you so much. Next question now. With regulators constantly looking around for us, how safe do you think the technology that we are using? With the DPDP right there waiting to pounce on us, 250 crores fines. We can't afford it though. That's the good news. So, so how do you handle it? What are the concerns? You know, you're giving it to somebody in your office, a fresher, and then you're asking them to go ahead and deal with your client's data.
So it is...
I am scared as a CA, how will I do that?
So firstly, security can become quite expensive. And we have to take a long time. It takes 5-6 years to reach some comfort safety. To start with, we'll have to trust our employees. We don't have an option. That is the kadavul mel podna avladha. Everything is going to be fine. But do some basic things. First and foremost thing, you stop data where people are going to keep it in the desktop. First stop that.
Point number one. Thank you.
There is one tool called Wiper and Erase. What it does is it will go sit in your server, whether it is a desktop server or whether it is a LAN server or you are going to Amazon server, it will sit there. You give a program every Thursday morning, wipe out all the desktops. Any data is there, let them only keep it in the central server. Point one. Point number two, all of you are doing Microsoft. OneNote, Microsoft OneDrive, they are giving 1 TB or something free of cost. Another 5,000 rupees, they'll give you some 510 TB. Create a SharePoint folder, let everybody keep it there. The difference between a SharePoint and your data drive is in SharePoint you can allow approvals. X will only see this directory, Y will see this directory. The third request I have for you is when you go to the institute website, there is something called DCMM. Digital Competency Maturity Model. Very beautiful document. Fortunate the institute gave us the opportunity to do little work on that. Download that. They have defined different levels. First day, nobody will be 100% pass. If you get out of 100 marks, if you get 20-25, be happy. You are done very well because the average national marks has been only 5 or 6. Download that. Every month have one task. I'm going to clear this. I'll give you a simple example. Your firm name is Ramesh and Company. You are having an email ID of ramesh@gmail.com. First issue. Your security is very, very sparse. Just take 120 rupees to go to GoDaddy or 500 rupees to go to any other website provider. Create a website, create a domain name rameshandcompany.com. So then you go to your Google or Gmail or you go to your Microsoft and tell I want a Microsoft ID or a Google ID of ramesh@rameshandcompany.com. First stage of security. Like that, you download the DCMM, Digital Competency Maturity Model. It'll have around 200 line items. Every month you do 2 items enough. By the end of 1 year, you'll feel much more safer. If you are a little larger firm, maybe if you have 25 people, 30 people, 100 people, please get a SOC2 audit done. Chennai is the hub of SOC2. Chennai, most of the SOC 2 auditors are from Chennai. Even our Delhi office branch is using Chennai only. So for SOC 2 we come to Chennai, for ISO 27001 we come to Chennai. My wife is from Chennai, so it's better to settle down here only. So for most of the SOC 2 and ISO 27000 audits are from Chennai only, and it's the cheapest in Chennai. The many people in Chennai, chartered accountants who are doing SOC 2, for a smaller firm they'll charge you around 30,000-40,000 rupees. For a larger firm they'll charge you 1 lakh. Please get these 3 steps done. Then you are at least in a level of safety. Let us talk about bigger things like I want to create a double topper firewall. I want to create encryption of data. Once you do the basics, other things will fall into place.
Thank you so much. Now, let's come to billing. Now that you are AI, I'm sure that's a premium. How do you bill your clients? What is my incentive to become AI fluent, AI first, AI efficient?
Okay. I'll answer that.
This is an incentive and all of us are curious to know. Why should we as a firm do this?
Sir, a billing point of view, people pay for 2 things. All of us are chartered accountants. We all know income tax. We all know GST. We all know board minutes. We all do the same work. But they pay for 3 things. One is how accurate is your data. Second is how do you present your data. The more better you present, if you just take 5 years ago or 3 years ago, many of us could not prepare good quality PPTs. Many of us used to go and say, okay, what are the designs available in my laptop? Adu or 10 design kuduku. In the 10 we'll choose one and every time we'll choose the same design. But today it is not like that. You can go to any of these websites like Gamma. Just go and dump it there. It will give you 1 million designs. Top class design. So today we are all in a democratic world. A design which is done by a Deloitte or a design which is done by Gurujana or a Kupaswamy company is the same. Deliverable is very important. How do we make the deliverable look? The second important thing is there was one TV channel in Chennai. There was a TV channel in Chennai and we were seeing, my father-in-law is a Tamilian, so he was sitting and seeing the TV. Then this artificial intelligence tool. So I went to that company's website and started seeing. Of course, now there are a million tools. Those days it was very less. There is a tool called Synthesia, S-Y-N-Thesia, very small tool. 115 rupees per video. One video is 115 rupees. What is your job? One example I can tell you, you are filing GST returns for 12 months. Take the 12 months GST and tell what is the date of filing in a Word document. TDS, what is the date of filing in a Word document? When you have completed your tax audit return, when you have completed your PF return, go to the portal of PF, ESI, TDS and take the screenshot of the portal. This is the PF portal, this is the income tax portal, there is no due, this is the GST portal, everything is okay. Dump it there. Once you take all this into a Synthesia, a licensed version only please. Upload it in Synthesia and then it will give you some 10,000 faces. American faces, Chinese faces, English faces, Tamil Nadu ponnu, Kerala ponnu, Maharashtra boy, it will give. You choose the boy and tell him, okay, do a TV news report. It will give you a WhatsApp video for 1 minute. 1 minute or 1.5 minutes. Send that to your client in WhatsApp. Now there is a market differentiator between what I am doing and what others are doing. Such a display of data will automatically give you larger fees. So when you attack it, you will have to attack it with cost basis and display basis. simple of the dashboards, many of us can't imagine to do Power BI. I don't think I can ever touch Power BI in my life. Very complex, madam. Something and all people will be doing Power BI. I can't touch Power BI. How do I touch Power BI? I use Canva. It is better than Power BI. It's free. I use Canva and get away with it.
One-stop solution for all the free digital tools and cost-efficient digital tools we have on our premises today. With just a few more minutes.
Perspective of what Guru told on the building aspect, he just gave an example and the 1 minute video you send it to the client. We were just discussing, status update na client ku eppadi sollanu. Okay, we can send an email every month. We have 150 clients, 150 emails you have to send saying na idella panni mudichiten. Adukku badala, if you send a 1 minute WhatsApp video,
fantastic.
You can please understand the difference what we are creating there. He doesn't even have to open his email. நம்மளோட வைஃபோட நம்மளோட ஃபோன் தான் எப்பவுமே நம்ம கிட்ட நிறைய இருக்கு. ஸோ இது ஈவன் பாத்ரூமில் போய் உட்காந்து கழிச்சு ஜஸ்ட் கிளிக் பண்ணி ஆன் பண்ணி பார்த்தா he knows as of today என்ன கம்பெனியில் எல்லாம் பண்ணிட்டோமா பண்ணலையா. ஸோ தட் இஸ் வேர் இட் இஸ் நாட் மை பில்லிங் வில் இன்க்ரீஸ் மை பில்லிங் டிக்ரீஸ். அது கொஸ்டின் இல்லை. வெதர் மை டெலிவரபிள் வில் இன்க்ரீஸ். என்னோட கிளைண்ட் வியூவில் வெதர் ஐ எம் ஈக்குவல் டு எவ்ரி ஒன். பிகாஸ் ஏஐ there is a level playing field now. It's not big four, small four, அதெல்லாம் கிடையவே கிடையாது. Anyone can do any work.
Professional judgment, but at least let us fall back on the guidance note and the Information Technology Act. If the document has come through the client, it is his responsibility. The client has given it to me, I would taken that on that. If my SA 230 is okay, and as long as my SA 505 is coming through the bank email ID, or SA 505 is coming through the Amazon or a Salesforce, that is good enough. We don't have to, even for that matter, we can't, when we are doing the old bank statements which were manual, nobody could believe that. Anybody could pick a bank statement and write things and give it to us. So that could be mostly a professional judgment, but there is one tool which is available called Genuine FK, but it's expensive. It takes you almost 1,800 rupees to 2,000 rupees per document. If you upload that until it will search several databases and give it to you. So for very large documents, if there is no soft copy, you can use that. Otherwise, there is no need. IT Act is allowing you to comfortably use a PDF document, and it's a purely skepticism of an auditor which would have to take a role. AI would not have a role there.
With regard to audit, normally we have to see the original document. Is it a sufficient complaints to see the scanned image?
Sufficient complaints. See, today all the agreements are getting signed in Zoho Sign and DocuSign. We are not even signing agreements. The Information Technology Act is allowing, Supreme Court is telling if the notice of the ROC has been sent on WhatsApp and double blue tick is there, it is service of notice. So soft copies can be accepted today. Today you don't get all the purchases of Lenovo are through soft copy. Your Microsoft licenses is soft copy. Your salary register is soft copy. Your salary payment is soft copy. Purchase of gold through SBI is soft copy. There is no other option today.
And also, can you please repeat through OneNote, you told to track this GST return, those things.
I will, what I will do is I will give a list of tools to the organizers. Okay. What is the cost, where it is available, what you should do. I will give you a list of tools. So it will be much easier.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Very helpful. We have 3 more minutes. Any questions? Then one last question.
Our government intends to build a big four in India. That's the news over there. They are doing some changes in the CA Act. In what way India is predominantly 67%, less than 4 partners who are in practicing firms. How does AI help us to scale up? And what we should do for small practicing companies, either to network or to do some other thing, so that we can join the mainstream.
Sir, just Revati madam was telling, why don't you take a session on networking, merger and growing big? I would be happy to come to that session in case Chennai invites me. It's my mother-in-law's place. I can come anytime, and my Guruji stays in Chennai. I can come anytime, sir.
It's a topic for another day.
It's a big topic, sir. Very big topic. We have failed more than succeeded, so it's easier to talk.
Thank you, sir. We would request CA Gopalakrishnan, sir, to kindly present the memento to CA Aparna Rao. Thank you. Thank you for the insights on value-based pricing, better client outcomes, and scalability of services, which clearly demonstrated how AI adoption can strengthen both professional effectiveness and fee realization. So we sincerely appreciate the panel for sharing practical, experience-driven guidance for the profession. Thank you, sir. Thank you. We will now break for 10 minutes tea. Now we will move on to our last technical session. So I invite Ms. Pallabi Banerjee to kindly take the seat on dais. May I request CA Aparna Rao to present the memento to Ms. Pallabi Banerjee. The session is about intelligent trust layer securing India's digital payment revolution. Pallabi Banerjee, she has over 20 years of experience shaping fraud analytics strategies for India's most influential payment systems, including UPI, APS, FASTag, IMPS, and major card networks. Her work brings together technology, analytics, and product thinking to build intelligent fraud and risk solutions that help make real-time payments faster, safer, and smarter. She focuses on turning complex data into clear, actionable insights and creating systems that not only prevent fraud, but also strengthen trust across the payments ecosystem. Over to you, ma'am.
Good evening, everybody. It is almost 4:30 on a Saturday, and you could have been sipping coffee, watching cricket, or catching up with a friend. I really appreciate that you chose to be here today. A very warm welcome to this talk, and a very big thank you to ICAI for having me here to have this opportunity to interact with you. So if you have made an UPI transaction today, let me tell you, you have been on the largest fraud battlefield of the country. The moment you scan a QR, you have given the opportunity to a fraudster to look up like a meerkat and sight a drone, right? That is how prevalent fraud is in all the Indian payment rails today, especially UPI. So let us go behind the curtains for a bit and see what protects your hard-earned money from being taken away by fraudsters, and how AI has slowly turned into the bouncer for the Indian digital economy. A friendly bouncer, of course, not the one that asks you 3 questions before they let you back into your own house, but nonetheless, it has become a very, very important factor. Let us start with a little story. Picture a tiny milk shop in Jaipur. Milk, bread, eggs, and optimism all arranged neatly on a counter. A polite customer walks in, chats warmly and asks for bread. And while the shopkeeper is going to get it, scans the QR code, shows a shiny payment success screen, and leaves. An hour later, the shopkeeper checks his phone. No money. The QR code was fake. The customer had pasted a fake QR when he was not looking. And the money is now being drained into that fraudster's account. This person is probably pulling the same trick in the next lane and buying an extra packet of sweet so that he can make the most of his earnings for the day. This tension runs through the entire country now. We built the fastest payment rails on the planet, but the faster money moves, the faster fraud moves with it. And that's why we are here. India has the rails. Now we are building the trust layer. A trust layer that is real-time, AI-powered, and faster than any scammer with a PowerPoint or a Telegram group. So here is what we're going to explore today. India's payment revolution, the darker side sneaking alongside it, why fraud must be caught at mid-flight, what intelligent trust layer really is, and how AI makes it possible, and what we must do next. UPI is everywhere. Metros, mandis, mountains, and maybe even monthly closings where everything moves except the balance sheet. QR codes turn every shop into a digital business. AEPS brought biometric payments to villages. FASTag made toll booths slightly less emotional. UPI clocked 172 billion transactions in the last year alone. Digital payments skyrocketed with a CAGR touching 44%. So digital is no longer convenient. Digital is the default. And when anything becomes the default, the expectations rise. Indians now want payments that are instant, free, and absolutely safe. So if a payment is taking more than 4 seconds, people will look at the ceiling once, look at their phones twice, and blame the Wi-Fi thrice, right? So where there's speed, there is also mischief. Fraudsters today do not wear masks or break walls. They operate from air-conditioned rooms, run scams like startups, and probably have daily stand-ups. The most common weapon is social engineering, which is not hacking code, but hacking into the emotions of people. Then there is the remote access tool kind of fraud, where fraudsters persuade victims to install screen sharing apps and then take control of their transaction as it is happening. Next is the fake QR stickers that we just spoke about, which is very low tech but highly effective. Then there are app overlays, where malicious apps are actually put on top of legitimate apps to track your credentials. OTP compromise, of course, remains at the heart of many scams. The moment the fraudster gets in touch with your OTP, your money becomes theirs. And behind all of this sits the mule networks. These are organized webs of compromised accounts that are used to move and layer stolen money quickly across accounts, across banks, across geography. And making a recovery in such cases becomes extremely difficult. This is modern fraud. Fast, organized, and relentlessly adaptive. The numbers are very worrying. UPI fraud compromise grew 85% year on year. Losses crossed 1,000 crore rupees. Cards and internet banking added another 520 crores to that panic bonfire. The battlefield is no longer the bank branch. It is your phone, your parents' phone, and sadly, sometimes your own good intentions. Why this detection has to be real time? Here is the painful truth. You have barely 10 seconds. A UPI transaction completes that end-to-end money transfer in that time. Once the money hits a mule account, it takes only 3 minutes to begin layering. After that, recovery becomes about as easy as finding your socks in your teenager's room. You'll never find it. So real time means millisecond scoring, non-stop data streams, cross-channel visibility, and continuous learning. Fraudsters do not respect silos, and frankly, neither does fraud detection anymore. So, what is the intelligent trust layer? Think of it as a giant invisible safety net across the entire payment ecosystem. Not one bank, not one app, but a unified safety fabric across banks, fintechs, merchants, networks, regulators. It stands on 4 big pillars: the unified data layer, real-time decision engine, the orchestration, and the feedback loop. This is not science fiction. India has already started building this with initiatives like the Digital Payment Intelligence Platform. We are not just reacting to fraud, we are predicting it, preempting it, and sometimes even scaring it a little bit. Let's talk a little more about each of these building blocks. The unified data layer brings together signals from everywhere, from transactions and devices to telecom networks, crime reports, and shared ecosystem intelligence. So fraud has nowhere left to hide in any phase, either before, during, or after the transaction. Onboarding is where the story really begins. Shockingly, the onboarding fraud amounts to almost 70% of the total fraud. So it is very essential that we are able to identify the person for who they say they are when they are creating the account with the bank. Before a single rupee moves, AI steps in like a sharp-eyed gatekeeper, making sure the person at the door is who they claim to be. It starts by matching faces, comparing a quick selfie with the photo ID of the person, spotting deep fake tricks and that hope to slip through the cracks. And then AI comes in to check the fingerprints, because silicon molds and clever replicas cannot fool pattern analysis. Then it looks at the SIM card to inspect whether it is an unused SIM card that is lying around and the fraudster has picked it up so that he can use it to his advantage. Finally, government IDs and biometrics are verified together, giving a full picture of whether the identity is truly genuine. Put all these signals together, and onboarding transforms. It becomes, rather than a mere formality, it becomes a quiet but powerful fraud filter that stops troublemakers from entering the system. AI learns from every corner of the digital trail. With transactions, it reads the story hidden in amounts, frequency, and velocity. A sudden spike in transfers or a jump to a risky merchant category is often enough for the system to lean in and take a closer look. Then comes the devices, which behave like the unique signatures. Device fingerprints, location trails, SIM changes, and app integrity checks helps the AI spot when a trusted phone is suddenly replaced by a suspicious new companion. The next thing we look at is behavior. The most human, probably, of all these signals. People follow certain rhythms without realizing it. From when they usually pay to how they navigate the app. So AI watches for deviations from these patterns, because unusual behavior always reveals unusual intent. And finally, there are the consortium signals. This is where the ecosystem comes together. Banks begin to talk to each other about the non-compromise points, and network flag the mule accounts that they know. The network-wide risk alerts help identify threats that no single institution can actually see. Together, these signals form a rich, layered picture, allowing AI to detect fraud not through one clue, but through the entire story. Now comes the magic. AI is the brains behind the trust layer. And it turns out it is very good at spotting unusual behavior, almost like that relative who noticed that you had lunch twice today. Behavioral biometrics is where AI watches for subtle clues. Typing rhythm, click speed, navigation patterns, hand-eye coordination, device handling. 15 signals combine to form behavioral fingerprints. It is invisible security. Even fraudsters who carry OTPs cannot copy how you swipe your screen when the Wi-Fi is not working. The next important aspect that AI looks at is user profiles. People behave in patterns even when they believe they are being spontaneous. AI learns these rhythms over time. It understands when you usually shop, the hours you prefer to pay, the merchants you return to, how festivals change your spending, and even how rain or heat quietly nudge your buying behavior. All of this comes together as a living, breathing profile that updates with every interaction you make with the ecosystem. The real challenge, however, is the scale. We see, as of today, we see about 20,000 transactions happening in 1 second. So you can imagine when we have to write these profiles in real time, read them, update them, that is a huge engineering challenge. There is no pause button, no nightly batch, and no chance to fall behind. It's like maintaining millions of personal diaries without missing a single comma, ensuring there are no smudges, and keeping them all coherent so that the next transaction can actually access them and take action based on that information. That is the engineering challenge behind real-time trust. Now, once AI gathers all these signals, the real decision-making begins. And this is where rules and models come in. These are the two pillars, like two specialists who are trying to solve the same mystery, but in different ways. Rules act as the human-crafted guardrails of the system, catching the known behavior and zero-day tricks with clarity and logic. This is the experience that the human analyst at the bank has picked up, put into language, put into a form, and then put it in the system to detect fraud that has happened in the past. Models bring adaptive intelligence. They learn from patterns and they evolve with every new fraud attempt. They give us flexibility and depth, even if they need good data and careful monitoring to be at the helm of good fraud detection. Next, we have graph intelligence, which looks at the overall picture, how people interact, how money flows, which are the suspicious money flow patterns. And it is, you can think of graph intelligence like a detective who's trying to chase a thief across a very crowded city. And then we have context, which is the common sense layer. What time of the day is the transaction happening? Is there consistency in the location, the merchant category type, and user history? What does that tell you about that user? Does it deviate from his past behavior, or does it look like a legitimate transaction that he would perform? So there's another debate at the heart of every fraud system. Where to rely? Should we rely on rules? Should we rely on models? And as we have discussed many times in the past, today, you have to bring the human in the loop. AI, you cannot let AI make all the decisions. AI will give you very fast split-second scores, but there must be a human in the loop to actually say whether the transaction is truly fraudulent or not. So the hybrid approach is always the one that wins. And how we use that is humans define the structure, and AI is used to tune the thresholds. For example, today, we might have a rule in UPI that says anything above 50,000 rupees done in the past 5 minutes, flag it as fraud. We can see in the next 3 months, it might change. That figure might change from 50,000 to 75,000. The AI will tell you to tune that threshold. So the hybrid model always wins. Next is the orchestration layer. This is where the decision finally turns into action, almost like a command center of the trust layer. When a transaction looks slightly off, the system quietly triggers the step-up authentication, asking for an extra confirmation that only a genuine user can provide, human in the loop again. If things do not look right, then we can put in dynamic limits to reduce the limit for that particular user. For anything that needs attention, real-time alerts reach users and analysts instantly, making sure suspicious activity never go unnoticed. Then comes the merchant risk controls. If a merchant looks off color, then temporarily tightening permissions for that merchant would make a lot of sense. Then comes the feedback loop. This is the part that keeps the entire engine alive and alert. The system studies every analyst decision, every confirmed fraud, and every false positive, every new trick that shows up from the wild. These signals continuously retrain the models and sharpen the rules. Fraudsters may innovate, but the trust layer evolves faster, learning from each attempt and making the entire system stronger. For example, the Jaipur milk shop scam is exactly the kind of problem that this intelligent trust layer is designed to stop. A fake QR sticker would not live long in a system that checks merchant identity, QR integrity, and transaction behavior in real time. The moment the payment starts flowing to an unfamiliar QR that has no past history, the system will tag it. So that scam would not happen. So what are the AI techniques we use to make this happen? One is behavior modeling, where the model learns what is normal for every user and merchant over time. It notices when something suddenly crosses that threshold, switches patterns, or behaves unlike their usual self. Then we look at anomaly detection, which goes one step further. It spots the outliers that do not fit any known pattern. The quiet red flags hiding between the lines, even when no rule has been written for that pattern yet. Then graph intelligence, the detective of the system, it maps relationship between accounts, devices, transactions, revealing mule networks, laundering paths, and hidden clusters that would never show up in isolation. We also use NLP, or natural language processing, on scam reports, which is like the voice of the ecosystem. Reading complaint logs, help desk chats, and even social media to learn how new fraud tricks are spreading. And finally, life cycle tracking watches every model from birth to maturity, checking performance, detecting drift, and triggering retraining before the accuracy slips. Now, all of these techniques work together in milliseconds, forming a real-time shield that adapts as fraud evolves. The result is impressive. We've seen a 99% decision accuracy, nearly 80% fewer false positives, and far happier customers. And slightly sad fraudsters wondering where their luck slipped. So here is the surprise twist. Great fraud protection does not slow payments, it boosts them. With fewer false declines and faster approvals, customers trust the system more. Merchants see fewer chargebacks, banks reduce costs, and regulators see stability. Security, done right, does not get in the way. It gets out of the way. The next 5 years will define the trust decade. Banks and fintechs must adopt AI-native systems. Networks and regulators must enable safe data sharing. Ecosystem players must build awareness and collaborate. And India, as a nation, must step up as the global model for trusted digital payments. We have already showed the world how to scale instant payments. Now we show them how to secure it. Before we close, a quick note on something very close to our hearts. RS IntelliEdge is our contribution to India's intelligent trust layer. It protects transactions across UPI, AEPS, IMPS, FASTag, BBPS, and more with a scale of 20 billion transactions a month and latency of below 100 milliseconds. It includes graph intelligence to detect mule networks. It brings rule engines, ML models, and behavioral analytics and orchestration into one unified platform. It's not just a product, it's an instrument, one that strengthens the trust layer of India's digital economy. So we began with a small shop in Jaipur, a single moment of misplaced trust. But that moment repeats thousands of times daily across the country. And yet, here we stand at the edge of a trust revolution. The infrastructure exists, the technology is proven, the ecosystem is ready. What remains is commitment and collaboration. India has revolutionized payments. Now, India is all set to revolutionize trust. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Your explanation of trust frameworks, security architecture, behavioral networks, and graph analytics in identifying risks and anomalies within digital payment ecosystem was highly relevant and timely. The session clearly highlighted the critical role of governance, advanced analytics, technology safeguards, and payments infrastructure. Thank you.
See, wherever we have to do UPI, they will display one QR code. Okay, so some scamsters make that QR code in a different way so that it will go into our mobile and it will do the other mischiefs which they want. How to protect, whether that QR code is correct or not, how to genuinely we have to think that.
Right. So there is one thumb rule. You can never use a QR code if you are scanning a QR code, the person who has given you the QR code will never be able to take money from you. The person who's scanning the QR code can only give money. So you're never at the danger of compromising your credentials by scanning a QR code. But if the person has attached a fake QR on the legitimate QR, you will not be able to know. So that is why the system now has those voice acknowledgements. The moment you scan, the shopkeeper can hear that he has received that. And that's how they make sure that... Yes, so they need to check immediately. Yeah.
Malfunction and all these things, so that bug will enter into our mobile and it will create a havoc.
Yeah, it will not. Oh, wow.
There's another scam.
Yeah. That is manipulated, wow. So the fraudster always manages to amuse us and keep us on our toes. Always. Every day we see new, so we have a categorization of frauds, and every quarter we have to add a new category. The last category that we added was greed. Yes, they are brilliant, but working on the wrong side. This is actually, these labels, these categories are used to strengthen the rules and the models, and they are very cryptic per se. So I don't really know if they are available publicly. Yeah, that is being made. So the categorization we use for the models could be a little cryptic, but they are definitely available on the cyber crime sites. The verbiage would be different.
One more thing, a very old style of fraud. One of my very close friends opened one false Facebook page of my friend.
Okay.
New one. That everybody would have experienced this. And see, because if we don't accept, he may be frustrated or something like that, we accept. And invariably, you will get within 5 minutes, one Facebook message asking for money.
Ah, okay.
Then you realize this is a fraud.
Fraud, yeah.
But you are also not sure whether it's a fraud or genuine also. So you are in a dilemma. So one thing happened to me like that. Then I sent back a mail. Can you send your selfie to me?
Okay.
Okay. Then within 1 minute, he sent another photo. Because he has collected all the details. No, I don't. I want a selfie only. Then he switched off and gone. Then I alerted my friend and...
Right. Yeah. Right. So the thumb rule is every time there is a deadline to making a payment, it is most likely a fraud. So urgency is the social engineering superpower. They create the urgency and make you pay. So if there is a deadline, please question that person. Oh, okay. But, but nobody will call you up for that. Yeah, sure. Which one? So these are all the information that is captured about your interaction with your phone, right? So device fingerprint is what device you use. That device has a digital signature, an IMI number, or even the mobile number. So you might be using one mobile number to make your transactions. Suddenly the system sees a new mobile number being used or a new SIM being used. So that is a red signal. OS and type verification. We very often seen that an OS version of Android that is like 3 or 4 versions behind the latest version available is always more susceptible to be a fraud transaction than a genuine one. So we track that. Screen size, your screen size changing. Subtly, it kind of suggests that you've moved on to a different device. Geolocation. This moment, you made a transaction in Chennai. In 5 minutes, you're making a transaction from Delhi. Not possible. We need to track that. Device handling. How do you tilt your mobile? What is your typing speed? All of that is actually helping us to know you better. In an active call, you're in a call and you're trying to make, so you're on a Bluetooth headset and you're trying to make a payment. Many systems will tell you, you're on an active call, we do not allow. Many banks will tell you, we do not allow transfers during an active call. So we detect that. Bot activity. The request is coming from a bot. You're not talking to an actual bank analyst. Not really. Your interaction with a screen is captured. Walking, capturing that would mean we take feeds from the ATM videos. Yeah, good suggestion, sir. So navigation patterns is the way you swipe. So you might swipe quickly, internet not working. You might have a certain way of going through that screen that indicates a little bit of frustration. We record all of that. Click speed, typing dynamics, hand-eye coordination. So, some people like to move the screen a little away. Can't see very well. So all of that, comes in. Yeah, how fast you type. Even your finger angle, the angle at which, yeah, all of that. The account profile, personal profile, and personal business profile, these are the most important features that we capture. These are all the information that goes into building your models, building your rules, and that is the personal diary that I was talking about. So we don't know you, but we know your payment instrument. Your payment instrument has a personal diary, and every time you're making a new transaction, we're looking into your diary and see if it matches what you've written before. If there is a mismatch in that story, that new transaction is a sure red flag.
And for the benefit of my colleagues here.
Yeah. So we do detect, VPN could be a problem. We do detect proxies though, IP, all that information. If there's a proxy, we do raise a red flag. Yes, now it keeps, it is always beating what was already established, but a multi-factor is still passwordless. Yeah, so that is your biometrics, biometric driven. But that is still, we are okay with the biometric authentication. We do trust that. We have seen certain problems in that area. So, documents which are fingerprint verified property documents, those are used to simulate your thumbprints, and then they are being used for biometrics also. That is also a problem. So that depends on the device. If that is able to do all of that, we can put that into our behavior and biometrics database. If the more information that is available, the more enriched the profile. Thank you so much.
And for the benefit of my colleagues here, whenever we are going abroad, we won't receive OTP, right? So, but not all. So, whenever we are going abroad, the bank websites, they provide a facility to inform them. There is a column that I am leaving abroad, I am going to this place, departing date, arriving date. So if we key in that and go, then probably the bank will take care that none of the local transactions are approved. So even if they approve and our account is debited, when we come back, there is a credible evidence that we have not done that transaction and we can get the money immediately. So this one is there. Please just check in your bank's website.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We have now come to the end of this session. Thank you to all the members for your active participation and engagement over these 2 enriching days of the National Conference on AI. Your presence interactions made the conference truly meaningful and impactful. Your support and participation were key to the success of this conference. We sincerely thank our sponsors for their generous support and partnership. Their contribution has played a vital role in the successful conduct of this conference, and we truly appreciate your continued association and encouragement. Cholegil Naturally Aligned, eMudra Trust Delivered, Taxman, Suvit AU Small Finance Bank, Microvista Technologies. Thank you. I request all the members to raise for the national anthem.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे